It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, Sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer.
Know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know what? Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guy's Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
Seth Rollins, I'm coming for you, boy. And I'm coming hard.
Thank you.
I don't care. You come in my face, I'm going to fight you.
Brutus, take a look at this. Brutus, this is incredible. What a package.
Well, you're not going to bust a nut anytime we're in the ring.
After I beat you and satisfy all the Hulkamaniacs, I'm going to get off by cranking your knob just a little beyond the breaking point.
I'm going to have to apologize ahead of time because I'm going to stretch his ass like it's never been stretched before.
And now the Warrior's down on his knees.
But this one, a long way from being over, buddies.
Absolutely. This is just warm-up right here.
Chris Kelly, I tell you what. When I get my hands on you, I'm going to eat your ass like a pot of collard greens, baby.
Jerking it into Oh, he's coming from behind. And as far as Bischoff goes, I'm going to eat his ass.
And Mark Henry is handling the Big Johnson.
I started out fighting in this barn when I was a little boy, and I don't care if my last fight is in this barn. Jimmy Garvin, you touched me in a personal way you never touched me before.
That's interesting.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic PWT live show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, and the quite frank Phil Marks, ladies and gentlemen. How are you all doing? What's up, guys? How you doing? It's me. I'm here. We're all here. We made it to another one. So what do you guys say? What do you guys want to talk about? Yeah, so as the title indicates, as people flood in and tune in here, yeah. We are going to talk about Sickos. We are going to talk about Dutchman. If you guys can't tell, I'm tired. I'm very tired. I'm going to crack a Red Bull soon. Very soon. But yeah, we're going to talk about Dutch Mantell's response to Dave Meltzer, which we covered before. We're going to talk about Ibou feeling himself and getting into it with some Sickos, a whole lot of Sickos, a whole boatload of wacka news. And I got it here all for you guys. We're going to cover every WWE ID competitor announced. Yeah, follow me at Pro Wrestle Times everywhere on social media, youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Guys, we're almost at 5,000 subs. We're at 4,800, dude. Oh, yeah.
Dummy.
So, yeah, let's run those up. Share the channel around. Tell your friends. Tell your mama. And, yeah, let's run those likes and subs up. Appreciate that a lot. What else? The other channels almost have 1,500, so that's amazing. PWT Universe is goated, of course. And, yeah, lots of fools, lots of silly stuff to get into. Of course, we're going to watch AEW Dynamite as well, which starts in, I don't know, 2 hours or something. We did this last time as well for the head-to-head, but, yeah, we just got tons of news, so we're going to get into it. Make sure you hit the like. Make sure you check out Patreon. I'm uploading this week. I'm dropping another Botchamania watch along I did with your boy Alt Jake, and so I think that's like Botchamania 8. And we got Tough Enough. If you guys want to watch Tough Enough with us, we have some other things coming too that we're gonna watch, like the roast of Ric Flair and things like that on Patreon. So make sure you come hang out there and we review stuff and talk about this and that. Jake's been joining me for like a bunch of it. You know, he's like, oh, I'm getting rounds in, you know, because he's going to launch his channel soon and stuff. So it's good. It's good, great, funny stuff. And some of those Botchamanias are just ridiculous too. So make sure you check that out, folks. How's chat doing? Let me check in with chat. I always got to check in with chat. Hopefully Ricochet and Samantha crashing out hard on Twitter is in this. Yeah, we're going to cover that. Absolutely. What it do, PWTU. You know what it is. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of gum. Moose Knuckles obsessed with feet, dude. Yeah, make sure you guys get in the Discord. Our mods there can drop links or whatever. They're in the descriptions below. I don't know. Make sure you get up in there. And what's up? I'm Greatest Chat. Raz Grado. What's up, my guy? Love Dutch's response. I didn't even listen to it. I wanted to save it for the show. You guys, I love being in the chat. I love having you, and love the content. Fuck Dave Meltzer. Okay, there you go. Yeah, we agree. And here I got one thing. Well, we'll wait for it. Speaking all Jake, though, he might join us a little bit later. I know you guys love him, so he might join us a little later. If we don't run those likes up, you know, I got a couple Chris's in my back pocket that might. Did you guys check out my AEW Hired or Fired, where I talked about who I'd hire and who I'd fire for AEW? That was fun. Check that video out if you didn't yet. It's like an hour long. And I go through the entire roster, at least who's posted on their page. So we did miss like MVP and Leo Rush. So I'll just consider them hired, I guess. And then I'm going to do a follow-up, maybe even tomorrow. So look out for a PWT Phil Marks run-in. They can happen any old time. And yeah, I'm going to like tier list my roster as far as like, and then the tier list will be based on like, okay, we're going to S tiers. Like we're going to push the shit out of these guys, championship runs, you know, lots of focus on them, and then etc. You know, or if chat wants, we can do it based on like how we view them overall. But people don't do the fun fantasy. I'm so low on sleep, guys. You already know. Yeah. You already know. Yeah. But yeah. I do not drop links. Okay, well, you don't got to, George. Who is it? Don't take it personal, bud. But yeah, first PWT draft PLE. Yeah, so I'm going to do that. And then next week, I'm going to do WWE Hired or Fired. So make sure you check that out. And I had a blast. I maybe could pull mine up later, pause, and we can see. I could whip her out later, pause, and we can see who I picked and et cetera, et cetera.
What?
we already covered it, and we got a lot to get to tonight. So, hello, everybody. As you file in, make sure you run those likes up as you do. Okay, let's dive into a scary place, a fun place you all know called Phil Marks Bookmarks. Okay, and here we'll play a jingle for Phil Marks Bookmarks. Okay, you guys ready for this one? Or no, I got one. I'm gonna save it for later, and hopefully it pops everyone, because we're still filing in, but we're going to get going. Like, I don't give a shit. Usually I kind of wait. I know about 100 people are going to pop in. I don't care. We're going to talk about Dynamite. We're going to dive in. I got so much to get to. So this Dynamite here, they're in Bridgeport, CT, and yeah, let's check it out. We got Lance Archer versus Roderick Strong in a Falls Count Anywhere match. Okay. We got Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, versus Penelope Ford. Okay. This is this week, right? Jesus, my days are scrambling together. Yeah, this has to be today. Yes, it is. Okay. Leo Rush takes on Swerve Strickland. Okay, that'll be a fun match, I guess. We'll hear from Will Ospreay, so hopefully he's got something compelling to say. All right. And Jamie Hayter. We're going to hear from her too. A couple of bruvs. A bruv and a sis. Or did they not say that over there? I don't know. And then we're going to hear from Bobby Lashley. So there's 3 we'll hear froms. You know what I mean? Leaving nothing to the imagination. It's not like they open the show with Lashley and then they're like, what are you doing here tonight? And then he's like, well, I'm going to head to the ring later and tell you or whatever. Nothing, just, or maybe they do that. However, it's all pre-announced, which is fine. I know the excuse now is like, oh, well, they announced the matches ahead of time for the building, and I get it. But at the same time, I don't know. Hopefully Lashley's got something good to say. Hangman Adam Page and Christian Cage in a grudge match against Jay White and Juice Robinson. So yeah, I guess Hangman and Christian are in a grudge with these Bullet Club Gold, this tag team over here. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I guess that'll probably be the best match of the night. In the co-main, we have in a non-title, as far as I'm concerned. Now, last show, I was like, non-title match. I think it was the last show. I was like, oh, it's a non-title match, and then it was for the title or whatever match it was. I don't remember. My brain is foggy. But Konosuke Takeshita taking on Adam Cole, AEW International Champion. It might be on the line. I don't know. That match will probably be pretty good, but I hope Takeshita beats Cole. I'm not going to lie. He's obviously going to win, but a Full Gear 4-way contender series, or it'll probably just end in DQ so that you don't have to beat Takeshita. But yeah, the Full Gear 4-way contender series. So House of Black takes on FTR. And the idea here is like, I guess, it's like a tournament and 4 teams get in the 4-way contender series, or it's just 4 teams that 2 fight each other. I'm not too sure. I was babbling during the last Dynamite, as I do. And then Mox seizes the Superstation TBS. So like, chat, if you're from America, can you guys tell me, is that like how they still present it? Like Superstation TBS. I don't get it. Why would you say this even? Why wouldn't he just like open the show by seizing it? But also like the Young Bucks seized it. So is this just going to be like Moxley graphics and chain links and barbed wires? Because I'm cool. Is it going to be that? Or is it going to be like something more than that? He just invades and beats up jobbers again. I don't know. I got to be honest. Like, I'm not really looking forward to much on this card other than, I guess, Bullet Club Gold. I guess. And it's not to knock anybody, but Britt and Penelope is going to be slop shop because Britt does not work enough. We covered it ad nauseum throughout the history of PWT. And yeah, Lance and Roderick should be okay. Falls Count Anywhere. All right. Should be fun. I bet it'll be a fun match, but it is what it is. And then, yeah, Swerve Leo. I mean, we already know Ospreay's going to be like, oh, AEW, bruv. I love you, bruv. I love me, bruv. You know, it's just going to be what it is. So, yeah, and then FTR House of Black probably be good too. But, I mean, they're just some good matches. And then I guess the winners move up the ranking to fight Private Party, I guess. I don't know. I feel like any team, like Private Party is the tag team where you can get away with they can battle any team now. But I'm not shitting on this. But we saw Malachi like hugging Adam Cole and all that. So I didn't believe all the dirt sheets saying, Malachi's gone or anything, but there was nothing to that. Or maybe we'll see more. I guess we haven't seen the show yet, but yeah, they're just in the tournament. So sweet. Good for them. I don't know where Buddy Matthews is. Maybe in their corner, maybe Julia Hart returns, which would be really cool because we've seen a really sweet vignette for her on Collision. But yeah, I'm looking forward to these 2 tag matches, I think. And the Konosuke one will be good. I know everyone hates on Adam Cole. He puts on solid matches, but he's like Adam's going to take him to the limit. Whereas if I'm booking this shit, Takeshita's like devastating Adam Cole, hitting him with flying knees and shit. But yeah, we'll keep a lookout on that Britt Baker match too, because it might be fucking memeable. And again, I hate to shit on like Penelope Ford, but I did fire her in my hired or fired. I think I may have fired Britt Baker as well. I don't remember. I don't even remember my own list because I'm a dummy. Yeah. We got news.
Dummy. Yeah.
Guys. Some hot news. Some very, very hot news. Chat, let me know which match you guys are most looking forward to. And I don't really have a good idea for a poll yet. My brain ain't firing on all cylinders, so we're going to get it popping here. She is the shits. You didn't. Did I not hire? Yeah, I didn't hire Britt, I don't think, because it's like she cost a lot and she hasn't improved. So it's just, yeah. Vince would have a shit. Oh, come on now, Moose Knuckle. That's not very fair to just throw allegations like that all around the place. I don't believe you're not excited to see Becky Lynch. Yeah, here's the thing. Jamie Hayter is different than Becky Lynch, folks, okay? It's not entirely the same thing. All right. Oh. I got a peach mango soda water. It's great. Okay. No, I didn't fire her. Okay, well then there you go. I fucked up. I'm gonna can her on the update. We're doing another round, folks. I was in a better mood yesterday, I guess, or the other day, whatever day it was.
Dummy. Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, moving along, guys. We're gonna get into the hot news. So let's just see. I'm gonna flip through TNA. I got nada. Nothing's happening there. UFC. Let's see. Here's Yuri Prohaska. He just randomly showed up at a CMLL event. And yeah, he is like the light heavyweight UFC champion. Just check this out. He just shows up out of nowhere. No one knows who the fuck he is, I don't think. But it's dope. He respects pro wrestling because he's like the most like martial artsy. If you look at like a kung fu movie, he's that guy, like out in the wilderness doing like weird techniques and meditations and all this shit. So yeah, shout him out. Here we got we got one. Awful Wrestling posted this. I like this. How you get a job in AEW. So the boss is like, tell me about yourself. And then this guy's like, I retweet Tony Khan's post it. You're hired. AEW. How you get a job in AEW. That is fucking hilarious. We're gonna like that and retweet that right there. Okay, so moving along, let's look in miscellaneous news here. I'm just throwing the little bullshits at you first, guys. A little warm up, a little light news. So here's footage of the recent altercation between Kenny Omega and Gabe Kidd in Japan. Now, a lot of people thought this was a shoot. It's obviously the shoot work. We've covered Gabe Kidd on this show. We've covered Kenny Omega on this show, of course. They're both work in the shoot work, brother. And so, yeah, let's watch this, see if you guys believe it. A lot of people believe it. I'm not knocking people if they do believe it. Let's keep kayfabe alive, brah. And this is via SRS here, aka someone mailed him the video. Anyways, let's go. It's already realer than Jack Perry Punk. No, but they're working for sure. Like they both.
You don't care about doing shit when you're Japan. You just want to come in, get paid easy money, and do shit.
But they're having a real conversation. Like, you just want to come here. Now think about, they're working this angle instead of Kenny and Punk working this angle in AEW for AEW. Tony McCon is letting Kenny Omega do this type of angle in Japan and then come back for a New Japan show before an AEW show. It's quite literally the dumbest shit you could ever book in your, or allow to happen, rather, not book, rather, in your life. You know, if you own a wrestling company, he could have did this with him and Punk, and Kenny could have been like, you're just here trying to get an easy check and all this shit. Such idiots, man. Fumble. Oh yeah, you just see like all their cameramen, the New Japan camera guys come in. So Ichi ni san da. Yeah, it's clearly a work fight. Like, but I don't know, man. Kenny at least trying to get some goddamn heat for once, you know? So this is hilarious. So in case you missed it, Hulk Hogan, brother, on Modern Wrestlers. You got guys that look like they should be begging my groceries, Jack. Well, you know something, dude? They're not eating their vitamins and saying their prayers, Jack. Jesus. So that's pretty funny. You got these jabronis who look like they should be bagging my groceries, brother. Holy shit, that's pretty funny. But then you have an epic meltdown here. So Joy Reid over the election, she blames us. She blames all of wrestling fans for the results of the election. This is so epic.
My generation, Generation X, the people who grew up.
Here, listen to this. My generation. I guess she called it herself too. So there you go.
My generation, Generation X, the people who grew up on WWE and Hulk Hogan and Donald Trump did this. They did this. They are the ones who looked in the face of somebody who said, I want to be a dictator on day one. We did this.
Yeah, but I beat the Iron Sheik, dude. You're forgetting one thing. Oh my God. I saved America before, Jack. And when I picked that stinky giant over my head, brother. Oh my God. That is hilarious. Oh man. Good shit. So here's just something hilarious I saw in the IWC, and we're going to watch it here. Get ready. It's shout out Red Bar and Logan Paul and Rey Mysterio for this one. Here we go. Let's go. Oh yeah. I know Moose Knuckle likes a freak show like this. You know what I mean? No, I'm just joking. Like one dude's a devil, one dude's like a little gorilla. Here we go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, come on now. I don't know. Say what you will, but that's entertaining. You know what I mean? I didn't know Darby Allin's hoodie zipped up like that, and he was able to. He wrestled in Mexico. I was. I didn't realize. I'm just playing. So Denise Hollywood Salcedo drops this huge announcement here. She goes, November 25th will be my last day with Fightful. Starting December 2nd, I will be doing Raw post shows on my YouTube channel. Sweet. So like, were they not letting her do that? Like, oh, no. She was doing it, I think. And then Ibou replaced her, which we're going to talk about later. or I don't know if that's the setup, but either way, she's doing Raw post shows. She goes, from the very beginning, I told SRS that my goal was to build my own brand. You could always kind of tell that. She's always just kind of done her own thing, you know? I've spent the last several years doing that. I'm so happy with the way things have been going with my post shows. I want to continue seeing them grow. Covering Raw on my channel will be huge, so it's the next step I am taking. Maybe she wasn't covering Raw then. I don't know. I want to thank all of our listeners. The last 5 years have been awesome, etc. She thanks Sean Rossap, and yeah, I don't know, just something I thought it was hot news, so we threw it in the bookmarks. Here's Myron Reed taking on fucking Mustafa Ali at Brawl in the Beer Hall, and I don't know, man. Yeah, these two guys are both fucking awesome. And yes, I'm making you watch this on my show. Shout out Brawl in the Beer Hall, by the way. I'm just enjoying this shit. I don't know. I'm a Mustafa Ali fan. I know if y'all are WWE fans, you probably watch him. Myron Reed, one of the OG Rascals, of course, also has been on PWT before. And yeah, these guys fucking just tore it up. These are just quick highlights. We don't got to watch the whole thing. Like, they're working, though, you know? It's not like, I don't know. It's like old WCW. The way the mat clacks, too. You know, I'm watching, like, old WWE Vault videos, and, like, the way the mat clacks on those old WCW shows, man, goddamn, there's something about that I miss. But, yeah, man, these guys just put it on. Like, just had a fucking, at least the clips. There you go. They're diving in the crowd. They're going at it. And, like, Mustafa Ali just continuing to, like, elevate other talent during his time gone from WWE, like, not just, I don't know, not taking the safe route, but also like helping elevate people is what I like, you know. Matt Cardona does a lot of that too. Here we go. Linda McMahon is reportedly likely to be appointed as the U.S. Secretary of Commerce. She previously served under Donald Trump from 2017 to blah, blah, blah as the small business blah, 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 and is expected to return. So there you go, dude. We're back. We did it, Linda. Yeah, we're back in the White House. We did it. Now, pardon me if someone could... Pardon me, pal. I cracked myself up, pal. Get me a turkey sub. This was funny, too. How funny that Punk is the only one in this picture in WWE currently. The rest are all in AEWs, man. Pretty funny. Here we go. Let's keep flipping through. Now we get into the juicy McJuice. So we're going to do WWE news very first, right? And I'm going to hydrate here, actually. But yeah, I got a ton of it. I got every WWE ID motherfucker they announced. I think maybe I missed a few from, like, if there's any today I missed, you guys let me know. Pretty sure I got them all here. And then also something I don't even know if I bookmarked, but at last night's NXT, which I did not have a chance to watch yet, actually, believe it or not, my favorite goddamn show. But NXT had like a Tonga Twins section where a bunch of people were there, like, we want the Tonga Twins and shit. And I was like, let's fucking go. And they were liking my tweet and everything. And so I don't know, man. I said the shit. You heard it here first at PWT. Yeah, I said it here before anybody, and it's going to happen. And I can't wait till it happens. And we're going to bring Chris Connors on and let him melt down over that. Yeah.
Dummy. Yeah.
W. Linda, she's a freak. Ooh, I love it. The 50 fans look happy. Yeah, George, come on now, George. That's not very fair. But yeah, they are, though, dude. I don't know if you've ever been to a, a little, indie show like that, but they're fun, dude. Here, we're gonna get into this news. I'm gonna drink some of this soda water though. Because I'm incredibly parched, and I apologize, you guys. Have to listen. I'm very tired. It's been a long last week. So Lance and Hawaii, speaking of Tongans and Bloodline and Samoans, Lance and Hawaii is in NXT. And yeah, Muscle Man Malcolm is like, bro, he knows this dude. He knows all these wrestlers and shit. Shout him out. And he's like, bro, I thought we were going to Waffle House. But look, yeah, he signed to NXT. Nobody had the hot scoop on it until he did this like stellar star show for kids or something. And he's there pictured with them. And then all of a sudden the dirt sheets have the hot scoop, right? So we have the WWE ID stuff. I'm going to save that till the end here. So you guys see on the right-hand side, whoa, Carmen Petrovich is coming to GCW Bloodsport on November 24. And yeah, dude, again, they're sending NXT talent over there. Carmen Petrovich takes on Sumi Sakai. And that will be pretty crazy. I don't know if you guys are into Bloodsport. I enjoy it. I like these crossovers, man. It's the real prohibited portal, the real forbidden door, if you will. It's the only card where you see talent from every company, you know? Truly. So, yeah, you get to see them all stand in the same ring at the beginning and everything. They introduce like the women and then the men, like they bring them all out together like they used to do in Pride in the old like Japan Bushido days. And then we also have Charlie Dempsey, and he's taking on Akira. So I believe this is Charlie Dempsey's second appearance at GC Dub, but I love it. I'm going to be checking that out. And yeah, WWE's got to continue to do this. Bobby Roode has been getting raves internally in WWE for stepping up and handling a lot of the talents and matches while Michael Hayes would usually be involved in, whilst Hayes has been away. Hayes is expected back sooner than later, but Bobby Roode is the future. That's a guy that Triple H is going to go forward with. Shout out Bobby Roode. Big fan, fellow Canuck, and yeah, we've all been following him for sure in the TNA days, all of that shit. And it's too bad his run could have been better under Vince, but it is what it is, man. Triple H saw it in him, and he's going to be producing segments and helping book shit in WWE forever. So another gentleman who was released, I believe, by WWE and has popped up all over in Japan and AEW, etc., Timothy Thatcher. And he is involved in what is to be believed to be some sort of coaching or training capacity for the WWE ID program. In addition to the names already announced, WWE does have some familiar names in the fold that they're planning to reveal. So Timothy Thatcher will be training some of these WWE ID talents, and that's a good thing. He's going to teach them how to actually grapple, you know, and then from there, and he knows how to do the sports entertainment thing, right? And Gunther said it recently. We covered it on the show fairly recently in a interview. He said that one guy that he thinks could really go far in WWE is Timothy Thatcher. Just he is too much into the pure wrestling aspect. He won't character it up enough, you know? So it's good to have that guy who understands how to do what WWE wants, even if he does, you know? And he doesn't go out there and like make a fool of himself in these fucking companies. You know, he does real shit. He's like one of these shoot style, old school type of dudes, if you're not overly familiar. But yeah, if he's training these young dudes, that's a goddamn good thing. Him and Regal and everyone they got down there is just, they know what they're doing. And if he's out there also scouting some of these talents, that's a really good thing as well. We talked about Petrovich. We're talking about the NXT and WWE ID talent. So let's just start naming names here and talking about it. So the first one was Zeta Steele. The real deal Zeta Steele. Her debut was 2022, and her finisher is the Unprettier. So she's only been at this thing for not even 3 years. Believe it or not, I am familiar with her. So there you go. She's made waves. I did not. I thought she's been at it for way longer than not even 3 years. So there you go. She's making an impact. And yeah, she is scouted from CZW. Her hometown's Washington, D.C. Now, the whole appeal of this WWE ID, like these like trading cards, but online type thing, this is how you appeal to everyone, because adults like sports-based shit. You know, adults play MLB The Show and put their fucking cards together and all that, and they fucking fantasy football, and we're all into sports and stuff for the most part, especially people who like WWE. And then also it's good for kids. Like, you look at this, but it's just so like social media friendly. And also CZW gets a huge plug. How many people saw this that didn't know what the fuck CZW was before, who might go check it out now? Even if Zeta Steel decides, yeah, I know I'm not going to sign here, and they're like, okay, whatever. Look at what happened. Her stock just went up. CZW's stock, I'm not saying like, oh, they're going to start selling out, but there's, trust me, the more they do this, and they drop like 20 names, dude, the more they do this, the more it helps all of wrestling. And Triple H understands, yes, if all of wrestling's hot again, that's a goddamn good thing. Now, again, as your boy Phil will do, I will tie this all in a bow down the line here as well, because we're talking about, you know, are they creating their own competition? That's one question I want to raise later on in the show. Is WWE creating their own competition? And that's a good thing for them, because it forces them to compete. Not that anyone really can compete with them, but AEW is not even viewed to them as competition, which we'll talk about later, you know? So I just don't even think that's the worry. I think because a lot of people want to bring it to that, like everything's hot other than AEW. I say it all the time. So hopefully they can get their shit together too. But you can't tell me that some of these wrestlers are going to say, no, fuck it, I'm going to go to AEW instead or whatever. And we covered it on the last show. WWE's okay. They're not even going to stop some of these people from taking AEW bookings. They even said they're not. They don't view them as competition whatsoever, which is fine, right? We kind of figure that. And but yeah, CZW, Zeta Steel, their stock just went up, period. You know? So I love it. And now she just has access to the PC. And fucking Elboo's going to try and tell you that's a bad thing for wrestling. That she gets now, Zeta Steel gets access to the best minds, the best equipment, the best training, the best facilities that you could possibly have access to this early in her career. I don't know, man. It's a complete and utter fail if you think this is an L in any way. So the next guy is Bryce Donovan from Wrestling Open, and he's from Long Beach, New York. He debuted in 2016, so he's been at the damn thing for a while, right? And his finisher is the Democles, Death Valley Driver elbow drop. Now, I think I bookmarked some little highlights of some of these people that came up, because some of them there's not a lot of footage at all. And his finisher looks sloppy as fuck in the video I saw. Not to hate on him, but we'll see, you know? Whatever they see in him, I trust it. And again, it might not work with all of these talents. Not all of these people are going to be the future of WWE. These are just people they're scouting. They see something in. They're going to show them the ropes, literally and figuratively, show them how WWE operates. And then they figure out early, like, is this something you think you want to do even? Or is this some shit you're not even into? Go somewhere else then, you know? And we'll be here when you realize, like, this is the way. So anyways, yeah, shout out Bryce Donovan. Moving along, Cold Brew Cappuccino Jones, like what a fucking epic name. And he debuted in 2022. His finishers, the Froggy Brew and the Decaffeinator. So he's got two moves to get in there. Cold Brew Cappuccino Jones, that is a tremendous name. I'm entirely unfamiliar with him. Decent looking kid. We'll see. You know what I mean? He's got an edge tattoo. So we talked about this on the last show as well, and here's GCW getting a huge plug from Game Changer Wrestling, Sacramento, California, AEW's own, who's been on AEW, and he's the guy doing the dumb cartwheel spot with Commander, where they cartwheel up the fucking ramp, cartwheel down the ramp, and then the dude gives himself a destroyer. Now, if you go back to PWT, we watched that. And your boy Phil said, yo, this kid like has a look. He can wrestle. If you actually watch him wrestle, he can. But he like does this cartwheel shit, you know, and it's so dumb. And I'm like, he's got a good physique. His legs are big too, and you can tell he does them leg workouts when you see him because he's doing all these cartwheels all the time. But his name has been Jack Cartwheel everywhere on the indies and in AEW. WWE said, nah, motherfucker, we're not calling you Jack. So already you're seeing like WWE ID comes a knocking. He's like, oh yeah, I'll drop that cartwheel shit. So now his name is, instead of Jack Cartwheel, he's Cartwheel Jack Summit. So there you go. I know he's going to do a cartwheel. You know, that would be what Jack Cartwheel would be what they called him in Vince's WWE. But yeah, like he'll do a cartwheel taunt, pardon me, shout out Stardust, and he will do his twisting star press, which is his finisher. He debuted in 2019. But yeah, I've popped so hard when I saw this thing, and his name's no longer Jack Cartwheel. It's fucking Cartwheel Jack Summit. That shit popped me so hard. Okay, moving along. So the next one here from Millennium Pro Wrestling, MPW. And from San Diego, California, this girl's name is the petite powerhouse Zara Zacher. And she debuted last year. And I implore you guys to look her up. She understands this shit. I don't know if she even trained formally. I don't know. But this girl right here, I think you're going to get the most juice out of this squeeze. Her finisher is the Control Z. Again, I'm not overly familiar with her, but from what I saw online, yes, clips, one match, and I don't know, she gets it. She definitely has something there, and it's crazy 1 year into, when you just see the way she moves in the ring, you're like, there's no fucking way she's only 1 year in, you know? So as I mentioned, well, we'll get to that in a second. Anyways, this guy, Sean Legacy, what is his name? Yeah, Sean Legacy, scouted from Pro Wrestling Revolution / Noah tryout. So they did a Pro Wrestling Revolution / Noah tryout, and he's from Augusta, Georgia. Okay. And his name's Sean Legacy, and he does the shambles. He does the 450 splash. He debuted in 2017, and he's got a good look to him right there. Just looking at that dude. Yeah, something about him. I could see him on the main roster for sure. So shout him out. Moving along here. Marcus Mathers. I'm Marcus Mathers. I'm an alcoholic. Oh, man. Philly's finest, Marcus Mathers. His finisher as well as a 450 splash. So someone's going to have to change their shit up. And he debuted in 2019. Yeah, I could see this kid in NXT. Obviously, they see something. Again, I'm not familiar with him. He's from GCW as well, from Philly. So shout him out, man. We'll see what he can do. We have here Sam Hardway Holloway, which is a great name. Sam Hardway Holloway. He's got like a baby face. He debuted in 2022. His finisher's the choke bomb. He's a big dude as well. Like, he's a big motherfucker. You know? Here, I'll follow this guy. He's got less followers than PWT. So make sure you guys go follow him. And he posted this video of himself. I think I bookmarked it. I might not have, but yeah, he's got size. There's something to him. Now, I don't know how old he is either. Like, he looks very deceptive. Like, is he older? Is he younger? I can't tell. He has a baby face, but he's got like a grown ass man's body. So I don't know. We'll keep our eyes on him. The next guy, who just has a fucking great look, and his name is the real life action figure, It's Gal. Okay? And per WWE, he was scouted from Wrestling Open. So the Wrestling Open tryouts or whatever. And his hometown is Mount Olympus. And his name is It's Gal. Like, it is Gal. And he debuted in 2020. His finisher is the Striation's bomb. How the fuck do you say that, chat? Someone tell me. Striation's bomb. whatever the fuck. I don't know, but damn, this guy's got a look. You know, there's something about that. I could see him fucking taking Ludwig Kaiser's place. No, not that. But yeah, and he's from Mount Olympus, so it's like parts unknown, you know? It's like a gimmicked thing. Yeah. Anyways, so scouted from future stars of wrestling, Long Beach, California, the coldest wrestler on the planet, Ice Williams. And he debuted in 2018. His finisher is the Icebreaker and the Frostbite. Good names, decent look. I think he'll do good in NXT if they bring him there. But again, these are like pre-NXT, bro. They're just telling you, like, keep an eye on these guys because you might see them in NXT/main roster one day. It's amazing. It's amazing. So amazing. So amazing. But yeah, shout him out. He's got a good look. So, you know, there's some news surrounding this whole thing, right? WWE had a tryout with 17 Olympic athletes. Since then, they have offered deals to Aaron Farah. So this is part of the NIL thing here. Aaron Farah, who represented Austria in judo at 220 pounds in the 2024 Olympics. Shady Hayes, a 26-year-old judo player from Canada who won at both the Commonwealth Games and Pan American Games. Francois Prinalou, a 22-year-old discus thrower from South Africa. Shout them out. So they're doing NIL shit as well, independent. They're just going, we going global. Wrestle Purists post this, and this is, I guess, via Wrestle Purists, but by Post Wrestling. There are currently no restrictions when it comes to talent under WWE ID deals, doing jobs on shows, or taking bookings. When asked about AEW extra work, it was said that WWE would not prevent its talent from taking those bookings. I recall Dave Meltzer putting out that, they get first dibs and they won't be allowed to go to TNA and AEW, and you know why? Because the best guys,
Tony Khan.
So yeah, he got that completely wrong. Shout out the people who got it right. And yeah, man, everybody coping over the fucking ID program, you're idiots. Okay? You're dumb. It's only going to make things better. Just that tweet elevated future stars of wrestling. I've never even heard of that before. Okay? Never heard of it before. But that guy might have a match, and now I might check it out because or all of these E-Drone accounts, what are they going to do? Yo, WWE ID NIL guy. And then the WWE ID account's going to post like a clip from GCW, and then Triple H is going to retweet it and be like, I might have to make an appearance there. You know, that's how we fucking help everyone. You know, that's how fucking all the ships rise, dude. It's amazing. Anyways, speaking of ships rising, The Rock has confirmed he pees in bottles.
You what?
No, listen, like who hasn't pissed in a bottle on a road trip? Like in an emergency situation. But The Rock just goes full final boss. He's like, yeah, that happens. I've said 1,000 times, hey, I'm here. Come and ask me, and I'll tell you the truth. So he just tells GQ, yeah, he pisses in bottles on movie sets, not to waste time, so he doesn't have to run to his trailer. Then I guess so. Well, interesting. So Kevin Nash says someone very high up in WWE told him that WCW in 1992 was a bigger threat to WWE than AEW is right now. And this is the thing, man. WWE is going all out because, pun intended, because if AEW starts to compete, it'll only help them. And Tony Khan's helpless at this point. And just as long as he's in charge of the creative. And I know a lot of like people are saying Moxley books all of his shit and everything, but ultimately it just boils down to this. Now, this might be exaggerative to say that WCW in 92 is a bigger threat, you know, that might be a little like just being harsh because AEW is competition to a degree, right? Like they can scoop up your talent if you fuck around, you know, like they have forced WWE to pay people better and stuff, but WWE's making so much money that I just think Triple H would have started doing a lot of that too. Anyways, I truly think in my heart, because he knows he was one of the boys. But anyways, here is one of the boys, Kevin Nash. You might not agree with all of his takes. You might not agree with his politics, folks, but we can all probably agree with this here. And yeah, he says that someone in WWE told him this right here.
I talked to a very, very high up WWE
Shawn Michaels, Triple H
executive. Yes, and I won't divulge his name, but I said to him, I said, I actually think that WCW in '92 was more of a threat to the WWE right now than AEW was. And he said, fuck, without a doubt.
So he's obviously talking about Triple H. And he would know, bro. Like Triple H was there then. He would fucking know. So terrorizing listens to Click This Pod confirm. But for real, that's hilarious. So Triple H just pardon me, folks. The Perry Pack's loud over here. You know, Triple H is the one who was like, oh, Vince will buy that pissant company too. Like he's the guy who said that at that Hall of Fame. So that was WWE news, folks. Round of applause for WWE news. I'm going to come check in with chat for a minute. When the fuck does this Dynamite start here? I got to look into that as well. I don't even know. Goddamn Americans and your daylight savings. 1 hour yet. Okay, we got plenty of time to get this show on the road because there's lots to get to, baby. Okay. So we'll leave that there. Got a little time. All right, chat. How are we doing? Let me check in with chat. Let me hydrate a bit. Let's see. Meltzer doesn't leave his cave. Yeah, that's for fucking sure. Cash Monet. Joe Hendry was the blueprint. Phil, are you the Elephant Graveyard Radio Hour? No, but that channel Elephant Graveyard is fucking amazing. Meltzer couldn't eat a lemon. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at chat. I have on a long drive. Vince is lucky he don't have to register in neighborhoods. Yeah, for real, though. Brian Gerwitz or Gewurtz or whatever holds the bottle with rocks aiming. Yeah. Yeah, he opens his mouth and goes, oh. No. If you're Elephant Graveyard, no, dude, I'm not. But that channel is fucking amazing, dude. You know, he gets way more views and subs than me. You wouldn't need to do this channel if I was him too. I get accused of everything. Elephant Graveyard. Someone said, "Oh, you're Zerka." I'm not Zerka either, even though I know who that is as well. And then they're like, "Are you the AEW mole?" And I'm like, "Bro, no. What the fuck? I don't have time for this. You hear how tired I am today? God damn it! You think I got time? Ichi, ni, san, da, PWT. Yes, a boot. We hate daylight savings. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and mine doesn't go back or forward. Back and forth. Check out my battleship. So, yeah, if I was Elephant Graveyard, my production would be better over here. Okay, woo! So we got to do AEW news. All right, folks, we're gonna get into the AEW news. Hot to news. We'll keep that card over there. Scroll down. We got a bunch. If you're here for the Ricochet Samantha stuff, I'm sure that might actually be in the Sickos. Yeah, I think I graduated Ricochet to Sickos, but we'll get to all of that. We got a lot to get to. Run those likes up, like 200 of you watching, and roughly, give or take 10 or 11 or whatever, and get those likes up to 100, and then I'll stop asking. And let's see. I love how Ibou and the rest of the sickos basically rage quit Twitter over NXT beating AEW on the same. Yeah, you're right, dude. I covered that in the burial of Dave Meltzer, as well as a sicko segment. If you guys want to hear me go off on the whole Blue Sky situation, I go off on all of that in an over hour plus long sicko segment that dropped this morning on the channel. So check that out when you're done with this. Rabid Wolverine LC Killer has been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much, bruvs. I gotta hydrate here, guys. So joining me on the show, dirty business tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Joining me on the show,
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
PWT is on the pulse of wrestling. Sorry, guys, I had to do it. I had to grab a Red Bull. Yes, we are, dude. That's why it's called Pro Wrestle Times. People think it's because I'm like trying to be the hot news. I'm trying to be like pro or like the New York Times. It's like, hell nah. Somebody who watches this stream did a podcast on the Mole. Yeah, word. Shout them out. The Mole watches this show. Furthermore, everyone does my shit, bro. Everyone does my shit. You go to others, everyone. We got flutes everywhere. We got all this shit. We got Ibou. Like, people are just throwing Ibou around like fucking, come on, you know? But yeah, that's par for the course, and shout them out. Yeah, I don't care. I don't own the Mole, right? It was just yeah, I pick up what he's putting down. There's dog whistles get thrown out. Some of the shit he deleted, you know, was, I feel like, signs for maybe, I don't know, maybe me, I don't fucking know. But yeah, shout out whoever does pods on him. He's staying very private now. And I've been more skeptical of the Mole lately, to be perfectly honest. But shout him out if he's listening. You know what I mean? I can sing the song better than that hack. Yeah. Okay, so Jericho's death seat and Terrifier 3 was satisfying. Is everyone here famous? Jericho definitely is. Jericho, Bieber, and Crosby batting a big. Oh, come on. That's not very fair. Canada's a great place. We also have the weekend. Okay. So, yeah. All right. Just had to tap in with chat there for a minute, as we do. We got time to kill. Alt Jake will be joining us in a bit. And, yeah, we're going to get it. There's lots of sicko action. There's more Dave. We got Dutch's response to Dave. We're not going to play like the whole last thing, but we got the clips. You know what I mean? That's what we do here. But to kick things off, at Fightful Wrestling, Fightful News, whatever, AEW EV. Oh, we read this before. I can't get them out. I got to get them out of my bookmark there. Alfred Konua says ECW nostalgia on NXT beat WWE nostalgia on AEW. NXT has now won its last 3 head-to-head battles against AEW, including on their own night. We covered that. Everyone's covered it to death, but that should be noted. Shout out Alfred Konua. The last 3 head-to-head battles, and this one on their own night. That's a brutal L. I don't know if we covered this on the show, though, but yeah, AEW EVP Mike Mansuri says AEW will have a sports-style presentation in arena beginning. It's just so dumb. It's like, bro, you guys already promised that. So the word backstage in AEW in recent months was that they believed Malachi would be done with AEW towards the end of 2024 or early 2025. However, that hasn't been confirmed. Fair enough. Fightful. And no, he's wrestling tonight, and maybe his contract is coming up soon. But that Adam Cole thing put a lot of shit in people's heads, you know? The hug. I don't know why they were hugging each other. So Pete in Texas for $10 says, oh shit, we have to acknowledge Pete in Texas, dude. Let's go. What do you want, buddy? I'll just give you annoy the fuck out of everybody. So Pete in Texas says, so we move from not enough women's wrestling to Triple H's racist to denial of TV ratings to hating WWE tape shows to Blue Sky to now we're back to Twitter. It's always just, it's always something, there's always something to blame. It's never just like, Tony Khan is kind of the shits at creative stuff, at booking the wrestling the wrestlers we do want to see. But Pete goes on to say some of these folks just love being mad all the time. Damn. Yeah, I like being cynical too sometimes, It is what it is. It's like this makes me a nicer person in the real world. I get all my, aggro out just talking shit about the Graps man, but they just don't want to be here's the thing, man. If AEW implemented like the ID program, it's something that people would shit all over and they wouldn't give them the credit or whatever, I think I'd give them the credit, but I just wouldn't have faith Tony Khan could do it. So like there is a lot of that now where people like the term bad faith, truly like people throw that shit around all the time, right? So I'm not, just talking like, oh, bad faith, good faith, whatever. I know people use that shit, way overuse those terms, but like actual bad faith now, like people, even me, like I just don't have faith. When I talk about AEW, it's like, God damn, I don't have faith they can pull this off. That's why I get impressed easy when they do pull some shit off. And I try and go, hey, there's a little beacon of light, because it's so dark all the time in there. Yeah. Either way, thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, they just want to get mad at Triple H. They just want to hate the Fed for some reason, and they can't really because Vince is gone. So now they have to scratch and claw for all these silly reasons that aren't real reasons, that can be refuted with most of the time, I'd say, just objective reality, But thank you so much, Pete in Texas, our guy. Round of applause, chat, for Pete in Texas contributing to the show. Appreciate that. Joining us on the show now, I will give the hot tag to the one and only Alt J. What's up, Alt Jake? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing, my friend? Thanks for
good, man.
Thanks for the intro. Gotta love
yeah.
Gotta
You're
love that,
worthy
man.
of it.
Right? Thank you. I appreciate that. That's big praise. I take it. Love it.
Yeah, man. Worthy of the glass shatter. The crowd pops. You know what I mean? So Malachi Black, dude, what are your thoughts on, like, do you think he's staying with AEW for a while? Do you think it's just all the marks getting worked up, all the sheets getting worked up over that hug? It was a weird hug. We got to admit that. But what do you think? What do you make of it all? I have his statement here after, but I want your thoughts first.
I mean, is this like an annual thing for him? Didn't we just go through this? Like, I feel like we just went through this with him. But I mean, the hug was definitely weird. I mean, it definitely was. Like, it seemed weird and odd, but it also, like, it's AEW. Like, they do stuff like that all the time. I had thought they said recently that he did re-sign, but who knows what's true and what isn't anymore with anything of especially with what's reported. But yeah. I mean, I heard he made a statement. I've seen I read it online, but I actually haven't heard like him say it. So I haven't seen like his vocal inflection or body language.
No doubt. George Capture, top mod of the top pod. Yeah, that's his official moniker. Sorry, 21 more likes to 100. I'm having a bad day with math. Oh shit, me too, buddy. My head is just very little sleep. But here's Malachi Black addresses his status in his new Instagram story. I'm not injured, nor am I retiring, nor am I leaving. Let's see.
Here we are once more, a match down. And again, everybody is always retiring. He's retiring because of his injuries and this and that. Well, neither of these things. I'm not injured, nor am I retiring, nor am I leaving. I feel this happens every match I have. And I don't understand how many times you're going to say these things.
If I'm him, though, bro, Malachi, it happens every match you have because you're believable and we fuck with you, dog. Everyone likes you, dude. Like, we're invested in you, dog. Get the fuck back to WWE. That's why. We all want you back there, dude. That's all it is. We just want you over there fucking getting down and doing the damn thing. Triple H
wishful thinking.
So good. Yeah. And like he comes, here's the thing that you keep doing is jumping online and being like, no, just forget about me. Don't think about me more. It's like, dude, no. fucking let the people stew and be like, what's happening? What's that? Let the dirt sheets write their bullshit. Let me yell about it on my show. I guess I am still doing that anyways, but yeah, dude, don't just deny it, bro. At least wear your face paint and be in like a spooky dark room if you're gonna deny the shits, you know. But
seriously,
yeah.
But it's definitely, we just want him back in the. We want him booked properly. It's really all we want. We're not asking for much.
Exactly.
And then not happening, and people still are going to fall for that. I haven't been injured in more than 3 years, and I'm referring to my back injury, of course, and I only posted about that after it was already done. And if you would have read the post, you'd have seen that and not read what other people have written about it.
Okay, bro, why are you telling us this? Why would you tell us all of this? God damn it, man.
I'm fine. I've been fine for the longest time. I would really appreciate it if that stuff stops, man. If I'm going to retire, you're going to hear from me, and not after.
Or maybe just the whole retirement thing pisses him off too, because it could make people. Because if he doesn't clear the air, maybe like WWE looks at him like, were you ready to retire? So maybe it does make sense. Like, yeah, just kibosh that shit right away, because you don't want.
Doesn't help a negotiation.
Yeah, you know.
Adam just cuts a promo just as a thank you for the match, because that's all it was. So thank you. Here we are.
I think in AEW, just people can do whatever they want, and he just did whatever he wanted. He just did his own little curtain call moment with Adam Cole, because they're like, we're black and gold dudes, and they're making us throw down against NXT and whatever.
Right.
I think it was more just to kind of do with that, but I don't know, man. Yeah, the Sickos don't want Malachi, bro. So, and he had Punk's back and all of that bullshit. I got tagged in this. Shout out Julian Ward. Pro Wrestle Times. AEW did 1-to-1 segment as they did in WWE. We talked about this last show. So the Hurt Business will get a follow-up this evening on Dynamite. And then we seen the same shit already.
Zero originality.
If Ricochet wins, the Hurt Business leaves him alone. If Ricochet loses, he joins the Hurt Business. Fuck. It's just, they have no originality.
None.
Speaking of which, Sean Ross Sapp goes, LOL, well played. But it's not well played, dude. November to Remember is what they just call their November shows. And I don't know, man. It's an L. Like, it just seems like you're looking at what WWE's doing and you're trying to fucking catch a wave off them, and not in the right way. Like, it's like Tony just watches them too much. You know what I mean? He's a WWE fan. You know, he watches every Raw, every SmackDown, every PLE. You know he does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
he watches all the extra stuff. He watches like Raw Talk and Talking Smack. You know, he's watching all of it.
Yeah, he's watching the bump.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Every little thing they do. Yeah.
So I don't know, shout them out, but it's like, okay, well played. Why? They own ECW, bro. They own ECW, right? Because what isn't that an ECW thing, like December to Remember?
I think it was December to Dismember, I think was. I remember that one was, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure they probably had a November to Remember thing too. Heyman was big on stuff like that, but
yeah, chat can let us know where that exactly is from, but I believe that's like a shot at the ECW thing, no? And they announced it. And they announced they're doing the Hammerstein Ballroom as well. So
they better sell that out.
Yeah,
no sell
shit.
That out, or it's
oh man, if that thing's that's not a building you can afford to not have full, dude. If you don't have that room full, bro.
Oh god.
Look terrible on TV.
It'll look horrible. Oh god, because you can't like hide lighting in that place. No. Like I'm just visualizing like the walls are bright. Oh no, you got to paper the town with people who will go if you can't sell.
So Pablo Canuck tags me in this and goes, does he have an excuse why NXT beat AEW in Canada? LOL. So I guess NXT also beat AEW on their own night in Canada, eh? Blame Canada, blame Canada. We're not even a real country anyway. So at I am John, I sing that every show. I should just get it on the soundboard. But at I am John Pollock says Canadian viewership figures from Wednesday night So I love this because I didn't actually know how many people in Canada are watching either of these shits on TV. NXT, 83,600, eh? And 33,500 in the 25 to 54 demo, main demo measured in Canada. Oh, really? Dynamite, 80,400 viewers and 39,700 in demo, includes 9-minute overrun. So really it's a cheat number on TSN2, which is like a better channel than Sportsnet 360. But at the same time, like, this is so Canadian looking at this right here, buddy. And I don't know. They beat them in overall viewership as well. But of course, we'll talk about the key demo because it's great. So yeah, NXT is over in Canada. So, fuck, man. We got Bully Ray here.
Oh, boy. He's been fun.
Dude, yeah. As you guys see in the title as well, it's called Bubba Ray Bullies Sickos or something like that. And so we got a few of them in here tonight. But our first one is, Maxwell Jacob Friedman posts this at the MJF. He's with the Peter Griffin guy, like the real life Peter Griffin, right? The guy who Moxley got his clothes from. And so MJF's like, was so cool meeting up with my old pal Bully today at my autograph signing. He waited so patiently for his turn.
It's a good line. It is a good line.
Dude, amazing. And then fucking Bully responds, go punch a wall, Chubbs. Oh, bro.
Emotional damage.
Go and punch a wall. And then calls them Chubbs. God damn, man. Cooking.
It's brutal. I thought MJF was just kind of playing a little bit. Like, where you push it around, but Bully came with it with that one.
Bro, of course, man. You can't fuck with Bully. And this all started because Bully Ray tweeted out there that if you put him against MJF in a promo battle, he'd smoke unscripted, he'd smoke MJF. And dude, I'm inclined to fucking think that too, bro. It's not, it'd be hard, dude. AEW, if you have the balls, do it, but Tony won't do it. And what Bully's doing is he's trying to goat Tony Khan into just fucking manning up and going on Busted Open and answering for some of the shit, some of the criticisms. That's all he's doing. So either way, dude, that shit's hilarious. And of course, everyone knows, like, MJF isn't a fucking mark. He knows to sell this and to, like, help get people over, sort of,
Oh yeah,
like I covered it on the show. He's like beefing with this random like e-girl, but like by proxy he tweeted out her Twitter, and then like a bunch of people went and followed her by him like playing this heel cringe kind of guy. So also a viral moment, speaking of which, like, he knows how to play to the crowd and all of that. And here's a moment that so many people got triggered by, right? I don't know if you saw this all, Jake, but so many people got triggered. And MJF drops a fans' WWE championship after barely holding on to it for a photo. This popped me, like, this is what he's supposed to do.
Right.
This is what he's supposed to fucking do in this circumstance. If this was any other era, we'd all be like, yes, but the drones are out there, folks. I call the drones out too. I call the sickos out. I call the goddamn drones out. And like the drones got so mad about this. And it's like, you guys fucking chill. Now, there were some funny clapbacks, like, oh, that's the closest you'll ever get to the real one. Okay, that's the obvious joke to make. Yeah, then that's fine too. But like, it's just a lot of people were going hard. Like, dude, what would you expect him to do if Ric Flair was handed the fucking WWE title? What would you in 92? No, just kidding. But like, what would you expect him to do? So let's watch this clip here. I mean,
yeah,
only in pro wrestling.
Hammer to it, and he knew what he was doing. He was dropping it, so it was gonna land on the inside of it. Like, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and also it's like, dude, only in pro wrestling can you be a guy who fucks up people's property and like throws drinks at people's children and like, you know, get away with it just because it's your gimmick. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17 for $2 says MJF looks like he has had too much to drink. Oh shit, dude. Can I get a yeet for too much? Actually, no, we'll get a what for drinking a beer.
What?
Yeah, MJF, the funny thing is people point out how he looked like Kaneki or whatever. That shit is hilarious. Pete in Texas for $2 says people today are just soft. SAWFT. Soft. It's entertainment. Yeah, dude, people just need to grow the fuck up.
Yeah.
Because for real, if Roman Reigns did that to an AEW title, we'd all pop. Let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
So moving along here in AEW hot news. So let's see here. No. So AEW at aew.bsky.social. So they're on Blue Sky or whatever. Follow at prowrestletimes.blue sky. Like the fucking worst handle thing ever. Like what a fucking L of a company. No one's gonna switch over to that shit permanently, and they're just gonna sell. I already told everyone my conspiracy theory. Blue Sky is just gonna sell not blue checks, but they're gonna go, if you want to get rid of all that .B Sky bullshit behind your name, you got to pay. Yeah, it's just that simple. And then it's still a status symbol. You're all goofs running away like a cult. You're running away because you don't like reality and you like to fucking, you like to give, but you can't take. So you're doing what cults do. You're separating from the rest of society, right? And you're going over to this place where you're all just reaffirming each other of bullshit in order to feel better and not understand truth. And that's fucked up, dude. That's how you get manipulated. That's how you get sucked into believing weird shit. And it's always conspiracy theories with those motherfuckers. Watch any Netflix cult documentary. The dudes running them are full of fucking, they got all type of theories that are, that are just complete and utter bullshit. And yeah, dude, you got to look out for that. And it's not just AEW. It's a bunch of people. I saw the tweets like, oh, NBA Twitter, the toxic fans aren't here over on Blue Sky. It's not just wrestling. So it's a bunch of like weirdos going there to just live in their little bubbles and not try and. I talked about this on a stream already. Yeah. So, and I'm not saying, oh, don't block people, or like if you're in a bubble and you're in a goddamn bubble, you're in a bubble, then you're all good, but it's also like you got to be able to see different opinions, even if you don't interact with them. You got to be able to be told like, nah, this might be wrong or something. And then you got to go, oh shit, I got to delete that. I fucked up. Everyone does. Everyone does it. So it doesn't matter, bro. So the whole thing is like, yeah, just the handles are ugly. And I theorize Tony Khan is bought into the company a little bit. That's my joke. I don't really think that. But like, it
failed with Threads. It failed with Parlor. Like they've tried this before. Like just
that's what I said. Like, yo, you guys would have just stayed on fucking Threads if it was really about going to this place where the toxic people won't be. No, you would have just stayed on Threads. It's not about like hating on Twitter. You just want to be in your echo chamber and just not have to defend what you like, and that's fine. I get that. However, all of these accounts that are like, yeah, we're going there, they're the first to call people. I don't know. Look at all that we covered it on the Sickos segment, over an hour-long Sickos segment. I dropped it this morning. It's phenomenal. You see all these goddamn familiar names from the IWC, and you're like, these are the most toxic people crying, and it's all because they got spanked on their own night, and they know that there's no defense. It's done, and they're looking at Meltzer spiral. And they're like, oh, shit, we can't defend this anymore. Like, there's no defending it. Even they know. And eventually the bubbles burst and you come around. And I'm not saying abandon AEW and come to WWE. But, like, if you're a real fan, you're calling the shit out because I want it to be better. I'm not going to let the bullshit continue, period. Blue Sky is so boring. Yeah, it's just – and same with them. We covered it in the Sicko segment. They're just talking about Blue Sky the whole time. I mean, Twitter the whole time. And how much better this play, but really they're just talking about Twitter. Why? Because it doesn't give you the dopamine hits that you're used to. It doesn't give you that same feel. It doesn't have the smooth interface you're used to. It's a little different. It's not as crisp. You know, a bit of you don't see the views. You don't get that dopamine hit from seeing how many views your tweet got and shit. Elon knew what he was doing. There's a reason the shit exploded. And people are like, oh, Blue Sky's the #1 app and Twitter's down to number 25. But it's like, that's because everyone already has Twitters and burners and other burners. You know what I mean? Everyone's already on Twitter. So it's not going to be the #1 app that people sign up to every fucking month. It can't do that forever. So it's still in the top 25, though.
They're just checking their version of the demo. That's all they're doing. Yeah. They're checking the demo. that number looks good. What's the weekly or monthly usage? Because I bet you the overall usage is that. Yeah,
smoked it. So
yeah, seriously, they cope any way they can, no matter what it is in their life. They are just cope machines. That's who they are.
But AEW, man, the cons own some of Blue Sky. That's my theory. The truth is out there. So Powerful King JJ says, best wrestlers in the world. Have you seen WWE and NXT's men's and women's roster lately, Tony? So Tony Khan says he was asked if he'd ever wrestle a match. Oh, God. And Tony goes, I still don't think that's in the cards, but a lot of the best wrestlers in the world right now are in AEW. And I think the best wrestling and where the best wrestler is, wrestle is our tagline. And I want to keep it that way. And keep myself out of the ring. Unless the Young Bucks want to pile drive me again. Pause. Yeah. Thank God, dude. I'd love to see Tony come out cosplaying Vince.
Oh, God.
In his,
I'd like to see him try to do that. Him try to do the Vince strut because he's so gangly and weird. And then it would just be so awkward. It would make the greatest gif ever, is really what it would make.
So AEW's Big Bill has revealed that it was CM Punk who came up with the idea for he and Ricky Starks to team together on TV. He said that on Talk is Jericho. So I quote tweeted this and I was like, oh, this makes perfect sense why Tony just dead and forgot this fucking this like tag team after their run was done, right? Now, a lot of people agreed. It got like shitloads of likes. However, some people jumped underneath and were like, what do you mean they literally won the tag titles after Punk was gone? It's like, yeah, what the fuck do you mean? Like, there was clearly a vision in mind. Punk was running Collision. They put this team together, had them mixing it up with like FTR and Edge or whatever the fuck was going on. I don't even know if Punk he might have been gone already by that point. But it's like after their run, like he just completely deaded it. There's no follow-up. Ricky's just gone home, and then Big Bill's just randomly with Jericho. Like, that's what I mean, right? Like, there's just nothing.
Yeah.
I know that's what Tony does, but especially because it was CM Punk, like, they didn't even get a title rematch or anything. Ricky just went away, lost the belt, disappeared. So it's like, all right, it makes sense to me because this is something Punk had a vision of. Anything that starts to get over that isn't Tony Khan's idea, he fucking kiboshes it. See Athena, see anything, in his company. Whatever starts to get over that isn't him, he kiboshes it. Starks and Big Bill was like kind of over with everyone, He just kiboshed it as soon as he got their little run. Oh, we'll give it a tag because he wants to keep up the appearance that he's like for the people, but he's not. I've pointed it out so much on this show in ways Tony isn't. Sorry, Jake, what were you going to say?
No, I was completely agreeing with you. No, I was 100% agreeing with you. Like, you were dead on. I couldn't have said it better.
So AEW star Darby Allin thinks the term superstar for wrestlers is stupid. What a stupid term, bro. Superstar. Like, why would you want kids to look up to you, man? So he goes on to say, I think being a spokesperson for like the younger kids, being like they can see me and relate. I don't think it's the young kids who relate to you, bud.
I hope not.
I don't. I think it's the early preteen, like teen emo kids, which like we know the type of audience AEW attracts. I'm not bullying kids here now. I'm just saying, dude, like it's like those kids you're which is good, but like those kids also connect to Jeff Hardy and like a bunch of other shit. You know what I mean? They can connect to people in WWE just as well, obviously, you know what I mean? But either way, though, he goes, like, I'm not just coming into AEW and being like, yeah, everything's perfect. I'm a superstar. I'm like, superstar is just such a stupid term. We are like, you're down here, we're up here. We are superstars. No, I'm one of you who just like made it. You know what I mean? And you can make it too, bro. Yeah, like
Make it
no,
what,
dude, you
though?
can't be one
Make
of
it to a
us because
superstar.
one of us could beat your fucking ass, and that's the whole thing that can't happen in pro wrestling, right? Like that's the only reason it has the allure and stuff like that, Darby. So I get the whole thing, like, yeah, superstar, whatever. That's like an old Vince term as well. Cody's always like, I'm a wrestler, I'm a pro wrestler. Exactly, you know. Like they're wrestlers, they admit it. Vince is gone. Again, you guys are stuck in like, oh, this is WWE 20 years ago or whatever. Yeah, the term's kind of dumb, but also, okay. Oh man, the TNA knockouts. Like what? I'm a knockout. Like why can't I just be hot? Like no, I'll knock you out. I gotta say that too. Like no, I'm just one of you, bro. Except for like I'm just really hot and badass. Like why do they call them the knockouts? You fucking idiot. It's just marketing. You if you knew about this shit, you'd have toys, you'd have masks, your merch sales would be through the roof with all this paint and shit you do, but it's not. Okay? God damn
they
it.
could have sold like Darby Allin Halloween costumes or sell the paint. God, there's so much marketing they don't do. Yeah. That's part of what they teach in the PC. Like part of what the stuff in the PC is like they teach business side. They teach different things. It's all part of it's like the NFL does that, you know, where they have the rookie cams. Like that's why it's professional wrestling versus with superstars versus whatever the hell they're doing.
And before you popped on, we were talking about WWE ID, and it's like those talent are gonna go and learn how to market themselves better and shit just by being around fucking geniuses and shit in the biz. Like, how the fuck is this a bad thing?
Yeah, no, I was listening to you while I was eating dinner before I was jumping on. Yeah, you were right. Like that's how if anyone looks at this as a bad thing, it is simply because they just hate the WWE because they're clearly not
federation, dude.
This is only helping, especially in investing more money and like resources into those schools. Like, there's no way that could possibly be bad. Like that's only because and no way that everybody who goes through there is going to end up in WWE. Many of them will end up in TNA. Many of them will end up in AEW. Many of them won't get out of the indies, but you know what? They'll be safer. They'll know how to do this better. They might last longer. Like it's literally reinvesting in your business and and not just your company.
Yeah, we're bringing back the term federation too, dude. We're bringing back the World Wrestling Federation, and we're the Federales. If you're down,
the Federales,
we're the Federales,
like
dude. If you're down with the the WWE sickness as of late, but MVP says
you got to take it back. You know, they're trying to make Fed a bad term. I like it. No, just take it back from them.
Yeah, we're gonna own it.
Yeah.
Not like the other F word.
Yeah.
That these sickos like to throw around. MVP says he left WWE because the new management in place wasn't for him. I didn't want to resign, and I let it be known that I wasn't going to resign because the new management in place. Anytime, I don't care where you work, when new management comes in, it's good for some people and not for other people. He goes, new people come in, old people go. Here's my opinion, guys. I think MVP remembers his time like on the roster with Triple H and seeing him politic and shit in the back and stuff, and I just think he's just not down. Like they don't have any outward heat, but yeah, I just think MVP is what, like, think about it. He was around in the Ruthless Aggression era, and Triple H and DX were running amok, and there wasn't room on the card for like a guy like MVP to get all the way up to that world title and shit, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. He says, so I just felt that it was definitely time to go because the new management just wasn't for me and I ain't for him. And I think Lashley's contract was just too fucking high.
Yeah.
To where they're like, dude, we can't keep paying this guy like Vince money, limited dates and MVP. And like, you know, you guys go do your own thing. Now, I would have loved to see Hurt Syndicate in TNA, but it is what it is, man.
But you got to get that paycheck especially when they're getting a little older, like, you know, Bobby and Shelton.
Yeah, you're all 50. Go and
get
Tony's money, bro.
Get that bag.
Yeah, get that. Work that money, Mark.
Yeah.
So according to the TNT schedule, AEW is scheduled to air back-to-back episodes of Collision and Rampage beginning at 4 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, November 30, the same day as Survivor Series.
Oh, no.
Dude, why? Why would they even do it? Just don't even do it. So they're gonna, instead of on Friday, they're gonna go back-to-back Collision Rampage so they can get both shows 110,000 viewers for the first time ever. Jesus,
Why
man.
would you do that? Just ask ask WBD. Hey, you guys got some basketball games you want to preempt us for? Put them on. Put games on. We'll just
or like, hey, can we have 4 hours on fucking Wednesday this week or something?
Right? Yeah, something
Jesus.
like, hey, special Sunday collision or anything. There's not. And not up against Survivor Series where it's going to be Bloodline War Games that everyone's going to be watching.
Bro, who the fuck is going to be watching Collision that night? God, I can't wait to see that rating, but it's almost not even fair. But
It's
yeah,
not.
4 p.m. Eastern, so they're going to try and get an early start time. Moxley speaks on a new AEW, so I guess, which we're about to see in half an hour when Dynamite starts. John Moxley speaks on a new AEW. He says, there will be a lot of stuff that won't be a part of this AEW. For example, earlier in the year, I was having a conversation or was around the conversation. Earlier in the year, I heard a backstage type person talking about interviews or pre-tapes or something. I don't even actually know. I just am trying to sound cool. It was a situation where talents were not put in a position to succeed due to lack of preparation, framework, direction, and cool things like that. This individual said, well, it's bottom of the card. It doesn't matter. Can you imagine saying that? Dude, here's Moxley saying what the fuck they say in AEW.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
Well, it's the bottom of the card, man. Who cares? Bro, this shit is destined. This is what we mean by it's failing. Well, how they just got a 250 million imaginary Monopoly bucks? How did they do? There's a STG 212, the best guys, Tony Khan.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
The best man is Tony Khan, yeah. At my wedding, coming to a wedding near you.
Didn't work for Miro, not working for Tony.
Dude, so he's fucking saying it. Like, people in AEW are going, man, it's just lower down the card. Who even really cares, bro? Like, what the fuck, man? That's what I mean. It's a who gives a shit attitude. Whereas in WWE, everyone's like, okay, we need to elevate this every week. There's a bigger picture here. All these sellouts, you know. We're building the future, all of these things. So Moxley continues. He's like, can you imagine saying that? You're fucking fired. Go work at Sunglass Hut. You should be fucking pistol whipped for saying that. Isn't it cool to pistol whip people, man? Yeah, we're gangsters. Death Jitsu, bro. What a fucking goober, bro. You blade in front of the fucking camera. And you would have got for real pistol whipped by Harley Race or someone back in the day for doing that shit, bro. Like, that's fucking crazy for you of all people to be saying that when you're with fucking when you're having matches with Orange Cassidy, brother,
and
my
getting
brother in
choked out
Christ.
by the Home Depot manager at a jiu-jitsu turn in a real
Yeah,
tournament.
bro. That's what I mean, dude. Yeah, dude. Bro, you can't say that shit.
Yeah.
You can't say that shit when a fucking teenager in a white belt tournament reverse triangled you in a position you put yourself in too. Like, he put himself in that position.
And that's what it all comes down to. Tony shouldn't let him be doing those tournaments, and he shouldn't just be letting anybody talk to anyone. Like Darby said, you're letting everything out of your company out into the open by just letting interview with anybody. Sure, say what you want.
No, you're fired. You're fired. You're getting pistol whipped. You're fired. Like, Mox is gonna start firing people, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? People literally call you the plumber now. Like, take a look in the mirror first, bud. That's crazy, man. And yeah, fuck, man, it's crazy. Can you imagine saying that? Like, it doesn't matter, lower down the card. Yeah, I can. Why the fuck do you hate on WWE so much then? You know, he's just one of these guys that like wants to book his own shit. Everyone in AEW just wants to book their own shit. That's all it is. For one, everybody that is on the top of the card was at one time on the bottom of the card. Yeah, so exactly, Mox. So why don't you tell that to these guys who go and dive off fucking shit and bleed in match one of a fucking 12-match pay-per-view and leave nothing for the main event? Why don't you explain that to those people and say, hey, Tony, don't have a 14-minute match 2 when we got 14 matches on this thing. Like, you know what I mean, dude? Where the fuck is this exact advice then? When people say this, they get blocked by Dax from FTR. They get fucking told they're not in the television business, or they don't read Dave Meltzer's Bible. They get told that they're old podcasters and are out of touch and don't know what they're saying for saying the same shit, bro. For saying like, yo, the wrestlers at the top of the card should be telling the ones at the bottom of the card, slow down, grab a hold. Hey, Sammy Guevara, stop hurting people and yourself. You know, like, oh, no, we don't listen to old wrestlers. Oh, CM Punk's the bad guy. So Moxley can come and be like, no, fuck you. You're fired for saying what does it matter? The guys at the top were at the bottom once. But meanwhile, Punk goes, this empty-headed dumb fucking fuck. Hangman Page says that I don't listen to vets. What a stupid thing to say. And he has to fist fight people in the back. Like, whose ass do you have your tongue in where you're allowed to say this shit and other people aren't? You know what I mean? It can't just be Renee's. Like, let's be honest. So, yeah, he goes, that's how it works. You climb the ladder. You see this frustration or confusion from some of these talents because there's no fucking ladder. So Punk says this and gets left at the airport and has to fight Jack Perry. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? It's crazy, bro.
That's actually insanity.
They don't know what to do. Oh, so like, so Punk says, yeah, man, these guys couldn't manage a fucking target, right?
But he said Sunglass Hut.
And he has to get in a fist fight with guys with a torn triceps. Meanwhile, Mox goes, there's no fucking ladder, there's no direction, and they don't know what to do. So they're bad at managing and couldn't manage a fucking Kmart or whatever Punk said. So you just said the same thing. But Punk gets fist fought and has to sue people. This
funny how
place
that works.
is so fucking goofy, man. It's a literal parody of pro wrestling. It is goof troop to the max. Mickey Mouse Wonderland. Like, it's just a goofy, it's the Mickey Mouse, it's the Tony McCon Clubhouse, you know? Step inside, there's fun inside. Like, that's what this shit is, dude. It is crazy. Like, what the fuck? Why didn't the Young Bucks storm his locker room? You know? Like, what the fuck, man?
The MVP in his first week is squashing beefs that have been going on for years, and they're trying to make MVP's been there for 5 minutes squashing beefs. Like, what the
Moxley's like, you see this frustration or confusion come from some of the talents because there's no fucking ladder. So when Punk was frustrated and confused because people are going into business for themselves on TV, that's not okay. Like, bro, you're a fuck. This is clown world, bro. They are just wandering in the desert. We're going to grab them and we're going to walk them. All right.
There he goes talking like Undertaker again. He has been, I swear he's watched that Undertaker promo with Big Show in the middle of the desert in like the late 90s, and he just keeps going back to this stuff. That's all I can think when he talks. He's just going nowhere with it.
It's craziness, man. Moving along here. Cool guy fucking Moxley over here. Badass cool. Oh man, we got to whip him in shape, right, guys? Yeah, I'm the first one,
bro.
I'm the first one to ever say this for sure in this company, man. No one came here who was a bigger draw than me that said this, and then I made them a job in 1 minute because of Rocky, and then I
didn't happen. It was I'm too dope for that, bro.
Oh, I'm getting phone calls over here.
Black helicopters, they're blowing you up.
Yeah, they're blowing me up.
The Death
Don
Riders
Stevens.
are calling you.
It's Don Stevens calling me. Here. Sorry, guys. Ziggly. Oh my goodness.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. It's happening here. I'm so sorry, guys. You guys can probably hear it. It'll probably happen again.
They're blowing you up.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Sorry, I'm just gonna text here.
Yeah, no, this is. I just still can't believe that like Tony just lets them talk to anybody. I mean, this is what 3 different people that have just pretty much buried the entire company's goals or plans or future.
Yeah.
Oh,
and Ziggly Mustache for $7 Canadian says every time Dumbo Dave tells a lie, his earlobes get slightly larger. Oh man,
The best guys, Tony Khan.
You already know.
Does have some big old lobes. I can say that as somebody who's got my earlobes don't connect to the side, so I got pretty big ones. I get it. I understand. Nope, I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good Lord, Dave. I like that
Okay.
though. Dumbo Dave. That's a good one. I hadn't heard that yet. Nice job.
All right. Fuck, dude, I keep getting a call here. I might have to go back. Give me a minute. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Kevin,
Okay,
say hi to Aubrey for me, Phil.
so
That's great.
By 9 p.m. If that's not too late. Sorry, guys. Text live on the air. Compelling radio. Let's
I just
go.
like the yeah. I think Mox got away with it because he said Sunglass Hut and not a Target and Reseda. So that he was cool for being able to pull that off. I just don't get any of why Mox is able to do any of what he is. He's not that compelling. He's done the same stuff since he got there. He does his little walk and his little "I'm so cool" promos. But I mean, I guess at least now he's in better shape than he was. Like he doesn't. When he takes his shirt off, you can see some definition in his chest and arms as opposed to before.
So yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you all, Jake, for carrying me there. Well,
anytime, boss. I'm here to help.
Yeah, it's a fucking. I was just like, shit. I will call you by 9 or 10. You know,
that's my job. I'm here to help, crack some jokes.
Yeah, bro. And you're getting them rounds in, like I was telling him earlier. You're getting them rounds in. John Moxley says the hard reset and complete restart of AEW has begun. I already thought they were already restarted.
How many restarts and resets do you need? I feel like they do one of those every 6 months. We're bringing back the ranking system. Never mind. We're restoring the feeling. Never mind.
I know Moxley
attacking Tony. Never mind.
I know Moxley is definitely restarted.
Bonus. Heyo.
Let's go. So disciplinary committee, we're going to circle back to this because it's a whole thread. Fuck it. Let's just go through it. AEW disciplinary posted this. This is great work by Dis here. The top 20 AEW Dynamite needle movers by quarter hour a thread. So you guys know I don't really fuck with the quarter hours all the time because it's like, what more can I add? Everyone already does that. But when it's something interesting like this, we got to look at it because it's actually like the data. Right. So this is for the last month, which is a good little analysis. However, someone pointed out, like, I'd be interested to see who got that opening segment overrun. You know what I mean? Like that number is going to be juicier than the real number. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wonder if Needle Movers is talking about things that went up from a previous, because I would feel like Dis would know not to include.
I just think Dis is going like the overall average.
Oh, I see. Saying average, which, all right.
Yeah. So he just probably took like each segment. He probably didn't factor in like, oh, this is the opening. So, because how do you do that math? Like, oh, yeah, this is how I fucking.
And that's fair.
Shout out the overrun or whatever, you know.
Well, I don't think anybody like.
I mean, the lead-in. Pardon me.
I was gonna say a couple years ago, or maybe not a couple years ago, but at one point, like Orange Cassidy was the first person on the segment for like 8 out of 10 shows, which was Tony clearly trying to make it seem like he was the biggest draw. But I feel like it hasn't been that. They've spread it around a bit, so it's probably an even trade unless somebody has 6 of those 10 weeks or whatever.
Right. So Ricochet the last month, 527K average. Okay. The Patriarchy, 539K average. Okay. Takeshita, 558K average. Daniel Garcia, 574K average. Jack Perry, 580K average. Chris Statlander, 580K average, rounded but higher than Perry. That's pretty funny how he had to throw that in there. Yeah. Kyle Fletcher, 587K average. Mark Briscoe, the Conglomeration, 594K average. Jay White, Bang Bang Gang, 596K average. House of Black, 597K average. The Young Bucks, 599K average. Monet Corp, 601K average. Private Party gets the 607.5K average. Adam Cole Bebe, 618K average. Orange Cassidy, 619K average. Darby Allin, 623K. Chris Jericho, the Learning Tree, 624K. Swerve is 626K. Neo Moxley, White Pool Combat Clan is 641K. The Hurt Syndicate, 646K. Obviously, are And then honorable mentions, he mentions the whole roster. Like, all right. But yeah. Yeah, of course this Hurt Syndicate though is gonna be like the most watched shit. Like obviously even their YouTube numbers reflect that. So yeah, shout out Dis for that work. God bless him for doing that shit. And I'd be interested too. You got to look at overruns / lead-ins. I'm curious if that affected anything at all. But either way, there's no cope here. Like, okay, they're all drawing. Not even what, like, you know.
I was gonna say it's not that much of a difference. I mean, what was the highest? What was the lowest?
Steph Vaquera do that, so it's all good. You know what I mean? That's NXT blood. So, Monet though, she had something to say.
God, of course she did.
And we have a response to this that just owns her. So she's being interviewed by Up Rocks, and Wrestle Purist posts this. She goes, I wanted to have more for a women's wrestling. So I knew going to AEW was the place to be to make that happen. I feel like the women's division is really changed the game. The women's division has been the best it's ever been. The women's storylines are headlining AEW pay-per-views. So it's just been amazing to come this far, and I'm really excited for more. So that's Mercedes Monet.
Woofa.
That's to say. And Wrestle Purists are fucking using the wrong accent. This
Still?
is accent grav. Yeah, bro. I pointed it out to only dummies. That's Mercedes Monet. The accent's supposed to be the other way, and it makes an A sound. I know because I'm fucking in Canada. God damn it, I speak French. That's a accent aigu and accent grave, and Monet is the other way. These motherfuckers don't know what they're doing here. Ibou, where's my job at Fightful? Anyways, she gets responded to by Sean Slate here, who in-ring time allocated to women's wrestling this week on the main shows. Raw, 12 minutes, 40 seconds. NXT, 29 minutes, 40 seconds. SmackDown, 17 minutes, 27 seconds. On Dynamite, 4 minutes and 38 seconds. On Collision, 45 seconds. Oh, shit. They just got fucking...
Dummy, yeah.
They just got banged, bro. We just came at you with some fucking quick stats and maths right there.
NXT opened and closed the show with women's segments that were fire. They were both fantastic.
Amazing. And that, folks, was AEW News. Round of applause for AEW News, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check in with chat here and see what everyone's saying before Dynamite kicks off. And we got Sickos and Dave Meltzer to talk about tonight, folks, as it were. We will get to tons of that. Yeah, it will be a grand old gay old time. And plenty in pixel art for $20. My way. Thanks, dude. Plinian says, I am late, but I hope you guys are having actually like except well, when you look at because before actually because the best guys
Tony Khan.
What's up, buddy? Thank you so much for the 20 goddamn dollars, man. I appreciate that. You sicko. Plinian, buddy, what are you looking forward to this Dynamite? That's what we gotta figure out. Thank you so much. We're gonna leave that there while we check in with chat for a second. And chat's gonna let me know. I'm gonna throw a poll up here as I get Dynamite pulled up. I'm gonna throw a poll in the chat, and y'all are gonna let me know what you guys. Oh, and we surpassed 100 goddamn likes. I gotta give you guys a I asked like once, man. The top mods of the top pod know what the fuck to do. They got it down there. So
Bruce is on it too.
What segment? do you want first tonight? And you guys are going to answer this. My fucking N key is sticking as well, and I got to go get my fucking keyboard repaired or something. God, it's infuriating. Here we go. I don't know what's going on. It takes me like 10 presses to put N.
Oh, it's the worst.
Do we want Sickos? Or do we want Meltzy Seltzy? And you guys vote on that. I'll start this poll as your boy Phil. Thank you, Plinian. You are the man. Appreciate you, bud. We got polls in the chat. Yeah, we do, but we got flutes in the chat. I'm fucking tired, bro. Not a long one. Here we go. Okay, so you guys let me know. In the meanwhile, and I'm gonna get Dynamite pulled up because it starts in 5 minutes here. Jake, are you watching Dynamite here? What's up?
Yeah, I will. The only time I watch is when I'm on with you. Otherwise, I kind of like listen for the reviews and stuff. But yeah, I'll throw it on. Gotta see what's up with it. Let me grab my.
Yeah, well,
make sure we're synced up.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm gonna pull this up here. And then I'm also going to drink some Red Bull, and I hope Chad is having a great time. An amazing show, an amazing turnout. Show's getting bigger and bigger. It's amazing. And yeah, I can't wait.
Every time, man.
Yeah, to show you guys, man. I guess I'll plug some shit. Patreon.com/@prowrestletimes. If you guys like content like this, me and all Jake, we're watching Tough Enough Season 1 with you guys. We're going to watch other stuff too. And we watch all the Botchamanias. We recorded a couple Botchamanias today. And yeah, we got what else? At Pro Wrestle Clips, we're on YouTube. We're almost at 5K. You guys are goated. And then at Pro Wrestle Times, we're almost at like 1,500, I think. And yeah, you guys are the best. There's some sort of like special Raw talk or something that happened. I don't know what that's all about either. So chat, Jake, is there a pay-per-view or a PLE this weekend? Like, what's this weekend for wrestling?
I don't think so. I think it's next weekend is AEW and the weekend after is Survivor Series. As far as I know, I could be wrong, but I thought AEW's was like the 20.
It's like
AEW's. Yeah, I know Survivor Series is for sure the 30th, and I thought
Survivor Series is the 30th. My bad.
Yeah,
so AEW
that's for sure. That one I know.
Okay, so this weekend coming up, I think, is just John Jones fights Stipe Miocic for UFC. So that's gonna be lit. Maybe I'll see if Husey can hop on and we'll try and start early or something. I want to get Husey back on. I'm gonna be doing stuff with him. I should plug this too this winter. Make sure you guys sub to his channel if you don't, and come talk with me. And I don't want to fucking stooge everything, but I'll be linking up with a couple people.
Nice.
Yeah, that are really cool. You know, that'll be really cool over there. Wrestling related, obviously, with Husey. It'll be me and Husey and people, some legends in the biz. And yeah, you guys can come get your questions in and all that when it happens. I'll let you guys know, of course, on the PWT channel. Okay, so that's me plugging around.
And yeah, the chat just confirmed the 23rd is AEW for sure. That was the one I wasn't sure on. I knew Survivor Series because that one, I'm pumped for that show. That's gonna be great.
That's amazing because I didn't want a PLE. I just want to do a normal live show. There's some weeks where I'm like, dude, I just want to do a normal live show Saturday. I don't want to have to follow whatever schedule the pay-per-view's on, you know?
Right.
Like, I'll go 5 hours, motherfucker. You guys know that. I'll just do that on a Wednesday. But it's like, I don't like to be on other people's shit. I like to be on my own shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially with like an AEW pay-per-view, because it's gonna take forever and you gotta talk about it because some crazy shit's going down. Like, it's gonna be insane. Someone's gonna hurt themselves.
Yeah, I see Juan asking about the giveaway. Yeah, I believe your name is in there, buddy.
Nice.
Because I wrote them all down. At least you're one of the names I shout out and everything. Like, you're in my list of guys. Okay, you're one of my guys. All of you are my guys. But yeah, don't. And for those of you who don't know, if you've been a member since November 2nd, you're entered to win a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox, whatever, a T-shirt or a fucking or a video game in whatever order. And yeah, just become a member of this channel, man. We do giveaways and shit. I can't talk today, man. I'm so exhausted, but I know I said that 8,000 times. I'm going to stop saying it. Anyways, we're going to end the poll now. What does it say? Obviously, Dave Meltzer. You guys want the Dave stuff. Let's get it out of the way because, Dutch has a response. I did the official burial of Dave Meltzer. It was a tremendous, incredible,
spectacular,
a spectacular PWT run-in special. And you never want to miss a run-in because they're always typically themed and they're always exciting. It's something unique, something different than other people are doing, I find. But either way, the burial of Dave Meltzer went down. 2 whole hours I spent just burying him, tying together little knots, bringing up little nuggets and treats from all over time with the help of Meltzer Said What, who I was DMing with yesterday, just telling him, man, thank you for all your work. Like, you truly are the GOAT. And yeah, so there's not a lot of the Dave stuff in here is also things that I'm hoarding to put in my next video. You know what I mean? So some of this we already went over in like the complete and utter burial of Dave Meltzer. If you have not seen that, go and check it out. It was amazing. So for those of you who don't know, Meltzer said just some disgusting shit about Dutch Mantell. Well, Dutchman returned, and he had a response for Dave Meltzer. And in honor of Dutch, I hit up Chris Connor and was like, you know what? That slap fight with Meltzer's not sounding so bad now. You know what I mean? Like,
well earned.
Yeah, like I was always saying, no, I'm not going to do that. But no, I think it could go down one of these days. Not just he would have to agree to it, obviously, but just some little nuggets of Dave. So after the burial, I believe this happened after, but this guy said, if you worked at TBS, you wouldn't be working there for long. This guy said, imagine saying that to someone who's kept their job for 42 years, straight years. And I wanted to tweet out, and I'll say it on the show. Yeah, dude, the redact working at Walmart keeps his job for 30 years too, fucking Dave. But like that, you know what I mean? And not to put anyone down, but it's like, Dave, that's not a flex, bro. Writing your own thing for this many years.
I was just gonna say, yeah,
and having so many marks. You worked so many marks into believing they're reading news, and now that there's the internet, you see that with the elites too. Not to get all black helicopters and the Illuminati, not to get all that, but bro, they're scared and backpedaling because motherfucker, we learned their language because of the internet. They thought the internet would be used to like spy on people. It ain't. We use it to spy on those motherfuckers. So it's like
checking the facts, man.
Yeah, Dave got exposed, bro. And it's like not impressive you kept your job for 42 years straight before the internet, before anyone could fucking fact check you. And it was a business of carny working people. It's basically
always
what
been full of shit. Yep.
Yeah, and Al Snow said it. Like he's one of the greatest workers of all time. Like Dave, he made a living fucking talking about shit he's never been a part of or anything. So to add to that, this is nasty. Alfred Konuwa. Here's his little take on the whole Meltzer debacle. And let's see what he has to say in this little clip.
People don't actually understand how low Dave Meltzer will go to protect AEW. The fake reporter / stuttering sicko talked Dutch Mantell's battle with sepsis, only to gush about Tony Khan and Chris Jericho publicly donating to Dutch's GoFundMe despite evil Dutch.
The perfect summary, instead of me yelling for 2 hours, you can watch Alfred in 49 seconds for everything, and then fucking we'll continue on with Dutchman's response. Shout out Pro Wrestling Bits.
Daring to criticize Tony Khan and AEW.
Using Dutch Mantell's terrible health issues to score points in your own mind to further grind the axe. It's just the most pathetic, weaselly, fucking sad, sorry state of affairs.
Jim Cornette donated to Dutch too, but that wasn't in the report. Why? Because Jimmy made fun of divorceable Dave for loving message boards and trains more than his ex-wife, and now is pursuing a second marriage with Tony Khan?
Exactly. He didn't bring. So I posed the question. I was like, dude, who else donated? Like, did someone donate more? Jim Cornette donated like 5 or 6 G's and
5. Yeah, he donated 5.
Meltzer's just like, oh, the most notable names is Tony Khan.
Of course.
No mention of Jim. Okay.
Never would.
Fuck out of here.
Here's some free advice for Tony if you want to.
He's popular podcaster in this fucking space. Wasn't the most notable name.
To cut off Dave Meltzer completely.
Marriage-ending message board Meltzer is madly in love with Mr. Khan, and people don't actually
fucking smoked him, man. Konuwa. He comes with the shits, man. He comes with it.
No, what's great is he had
Okay.
that video be the short one, and then he'll release like a good 10-minute, 15-minute YouTube video that just destroys him for even deeper and longer. It'd be great. Pause.
Do you know what's crazy is that I think, deeper and longer pause. You know what's crazy too is that we started this without giving the folks an official Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week. Don't worry, guys. I got something juicy for you all later to make up for that as well at the end of this segment as Jay White and Juice take on Hangman and Christian, which should be the best match of the night.
Right?
Okay, so we've covered this on the show extensively. Tony Khan and Dave Meltzer have secret storylines that they only share with each other and leave the rest of their viewers in befuddlement. No, I'm not trolling. Meanwhile, Brian Alvarez is inches closer to snapping over these two children playing with their invisible action figures. So here's two clips. Brilliant work from the GOAT. Meltzer said what? And here's the whole thing, right? We've covered it on the show. You guys see the flutes in the chat right underneath. They can't escape them. They're everywhere. Dave Meltzer, though, he does this thing where he argues with Brian, and they're like, they're like arguing over the overruns and shit. And Alvarez is like, well, they should tell people. And Dave's like, well, I know. And Brian's like, well, we don't. And then Dave has to kind of sit there like, yeah, you're texting Tony, idiot. Like in his own mind, he's like, oh, yeah, I guess you guys aren't. But it's like, you're texting Tony. You're texting the Bucks. So you guys know these storylines. And that's why Dave's like, you guys are just stupid and all this shit. Because he has insight on things that like aren't being conveyed on TV. Because they're two little girly marks, him and Tony Khan, just texting each other paragraphs, marking out about this wrestling shit all day. And Tony Khan really does look up to Wavy Davey. And Dave really has an influence on this shit. And that's why it's never going to work. But let's listen to these two clips, man. This shit is spectacular.
Match wears on. And every now and then Beast is like, and he puts his head in it. He's just conflicted. And I'm just like, fuck me, dude. I hate the storyline because what the
If it's quiet on your guys' side, this is as high as I can turn it, baby. So hopefully you guys can hear, listen closely.
fuck do we know about this story? As TV viewers, okay? Not people going on social media, not people on Twitter. What the fuck do we know as viewers about this storyline?
Man, Brian and them listening to PWT to try and fucking get their subscribers back, bro. Like, listen, I said this shit how long ago? In the same way. What the fuck? When does Brian ever just cuss like that? He's pulling a Phil Marks, dude. Frank Mortis. Okay. Thank you for the $2 there, Pete in Texas. Oh, shit, man. This is hilarious. Let's continue. Fucking Brian Alvarez doing my gimmick now. Let's go.
Okay? We know that Roddy wants to recruit the Beast, okay? We do know that. We've seen it. Roddy keeps wanting
Frank Mortis. He's got all these names for him.
To recruit the Beast. We know that he calls him Frank. Thankfully, he stopped doing that. But as television viewers, we have no earthly idea why they keep calling the Beast Mortos Frank. I know, okay, I know that the Beast Mortos joined LFI. But Dave tells me, apparently getting this from Tony Khan, that Beast is actually, he's not a full-fledged member. He's like he's some fucking, I'm like, the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, Brian. Yes. Let's fucking go. It's happening, guys. Tell him, dude.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We fucking told you, motherfuckers, dude. Let's go. Come on. They all just wake up sooner or later, bro. I tried to tell you, motherfuckers, dude. And Brian's like, I know. And then Dave's explaining he's not really, actually, he's not actually a member, but he's like kind of a member, but he's like, sort of, Tony told me. How do we know that?
Where did you get this? This doesn't sound like Tony told you off air. Like, we don't know. He's in LFI, dude. He's not a junior member. He's not on fucking probation. He's a fucking member of LFI. So apparently he's
Get him, Brian.
So yeah, like Mortis is actually conflicted, and it's actually he's not a full-fledged member because they had him sort of join, and he kind of hesitated, but then joined them, and Brian's like, why isn't this being conveyed on TV? And Phil Marks is over here like, why the fuck are you saying what I said a year ago, and I fucking have to deal with these sickos because of it. God damn it.
Embarrassing.
Dude.
Embarrassing.
Brian Alvarez, come on this show, dude. Let's talk about it, bro. Let's do it. Like, let's talk about it, bro. And I'll pull some quotes. You know what I mean? Dude, this shit is hilarious. He's finally admitting it. He's finally saying, like, this is the frustration a bunch of us. This isn't the first time they just don't explain shit on screen and then expect us to know. And then Dave calls people dumb because we don't know. What we mean by no story. No, there is a story. Yeah, when Dave goes on his fucking Twitter or the Observer and he starts like filling in blanks that aren't there, Fantasy Mark booking it himself. Yeah, but otherwise, no, there's no real story. So he's like a junior, like, oh, he's not really in the group, but he's kind of in the group, but he's not really. What the fuck? And none of us know that. So he's hesitant because he's indifferent towards. We'll convey that on TV then. Why is Dave telling you Tony text to Brian Alvarez and he has to yell about it for the people who want to watch this show to understand it? Fuck.
It's like those fans that say, well, the storyline's going to be this. Well, you hope it's going to be that, and it's never that. That's just what Dave's doing, just getting paid $15 a month by a bunch of tweets.
Texas down here, Frank Mortis.
I mean, he did the fist. Does he want to be with Rod? Why would he want to be with Rod? None of this makes any sense whatsoever. And the guy speaks no English, so like, how do they even communicate? He speaks beast.
He speaks beast.
Que pasó? Que pasó?
It's like Roddy's supposed to be a baby face, but he's being a dick to the beast. But then, like, God, I hate this.
I don't even know what I said. I just heard that on South Park.
Storyline.
So here's the story.
Am I missing anything?
The story of this specific match.
I got one more thing. Because this goes back to the match. Forget everything I just talked about. Just what we saw on television. So Beast is conflicted throughout the match. Okay. Well, he's conflicted again at the end, and he gets hit with a jumping knee and pin.
So we have another clip. That's amazing. Here we go. Here'll be Dave, I'm sure.
So
here's Dave explaining him and Tony's text. Guys, this is juice
so we have
that not even the Mole or any type of character could provide, okay? You only find entertainment like this on the Observer and here on PWT. So let's go.
So we have another team that is teasing
a breakup. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Who isn't?
So we're Russian to
every team in AEW.
At Rush and Mortis teasing a breakup like later in the show.
Well, yeah.
So we have Rush and Mortis teasing a breakup later in the show, but they just teamed up on TV like 2 weeks ago. So like, why would they be teasing a breakup? There's no fucking. This is universe mode WWE 2K, bro.
Yes. Okay. Now listen, I got infuriated the last time you tried to explain this to me.
Yeah.
Roderick Strong and the Beast Mortos.
Yep. What the fuck does Strong want with Mortos, with Frank Mortis? Okay, that's what nobody can understand. There's no explanation. Continuing.
Now Mortos he's just stricken. He's so sad.
And he doesn't know what to do. Oh, I just joined this one group, but maybe I should join this other group, even though why would I join this one group when I only speak Spanish and these other guys are luchadors, and it makes more sense that I'd roll with them. Like, what the fuck, man?
Is it one of his brother, too?
Yeah. Well, I don't know, maybe, but it makes no goddamn sense.
I think
he can't decide what he wants to do. Roderick Strong says, Beast, we needed you. Where were you when we needed you?
Why? Why would they have needed the Beast Mortis? They go into a fucking fantasy land or something with minotaurs and shit? Like, Frank Mortis speaks Beast? What the fuck is this?
There's going to be a satyr with a pan flute.
Listen to Dave's explanation. It's going to be uncanny. Okay, Pete in Texas. It's going to be the most insane fucking explanation ever. I can't wait. I didn't listen to this before. I'm going to fucking pop so hard. Let's go.
Live react.
And this beast is conflicted. I'm like, why is this beast conflicted? He's with LFI. Why would we care? Like, why does he want to be with Roderick Strong? We don't know. It's never been explained. They never even explained why he's called Frank. They just called
Well, it's because he likes the hot sauce. He puts that shit on everything.
I'm just watching this thing, and because the story.
Well, everyone has a first name.
Oh God!
Oh God! Oh.
They don't even know why they call him Frank. Meltzer's like, actually, well, frankly, there we go.
It's a first name.
So listen to this. Well, it's his first name. Okay, well, he's like a half demon minotaur fucking guy. You call Beast Mortis, dude. So, okay. Yeah, Kane. Hey, I want to introduce you to Kane. His name's Glenn.
Mark the Undertaker.
Fuck? Hey, you see this demonic bull guy? His name's Frank. What the fuck, dude?
Because the story.
Well, everyone has a first name.
Yeah, this guy's first name is Beast. So he's Frank Moore. Oh, well, everyone has a first name.
Oh my God.
Tony Khan. And he says it like he's smarter than
That's
Alvarez.
what it does.
He has a first name.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
So
that's what caught me so hard. Everybody's got a first name. Like, thanks.
So yeah, his name's Beast Mortis, buddy. Right? So like his first name is fucking Frank Beast Mortis. Beast. It's like Jack Cartwheel, Frank Mortis or what? Like, what's going on, dude? Everyone's got a first name, Brian. Yours is Brian.
Because this story is
he's a lawyer too.
God help me.
And then it's like Dave marking out, it's a lawyer. He's a lawyer too. It's like, bro, you and these weirdo neckbeards who post weird, creepy shit that we're going to get into in the IWC Sicko section. Those are the guys who are like, yeah, and do you know he's a lawyer too? It's some shit that's over with like AIR Gold and these accounts. Oh yeah, he's a lawyer and he's actually good looking and his first name's Frank. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? This is what the fuck the problem is with AEW. This isn't going to catch on.
Fantasy world. They live in an actual fantasy world.
He's a lawyer, right?
I don't know he's a lawyer because they never told us that on television.
Well,
I'm watching this angle where they presume that I know that he's like, what did you tell me that Tony said? He's like, he's not officially an LFI. He's a what?
He's still being recruited by Roderick.
He's still being recruited by Roderick Strong. Dave, he just asked you about LFI. What did you explain to me? He's like an underling in LFI. What did you say, Dave? Well, Roderick Strong and the Undisputed Kingdom are still trying to recruit him, Tony Khan. What the fuck, bro?
I legitimately thought Brian's head was going to explode. I thought his head was going to explode.
When was Roderick trying to recruit him? Why would he try and recruit him? Why would he need this guy? What would be the point of recruiting this guy?
Oh, God.
Holy fuck.
This
Strong
is
in the
great.
Kingdom. And he was.
He's in.
Listen to how he says it like matter-of-factly. He's trying to get him in the Undisputed Kingdom. For what? Why?
Roderick Strong in the Undisputed Kingdom. And he was.
He's in LFI. They're telling him to forget about this guy. So anyway, the Beast is so stricken with remorse or whatever that they have basically a shitty match.
Actually, I thought the match was pretty good.
Bro, by Roderick
No,
Strong.
I thought the match was pretty good. Now I love psychology and trying to tell a story with emotion and selling. It's great. Fucking Dave, man. Just a flip-floppy motherfucker, dude. Pete in Texas for $2 says law offices of Frank Mortis and Associates. Yeah.
Beast, and Beast.
Yeah, dude. Beast, and Mortis.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. What a fucking amazing thing this is. Like this is like hardly reality, it feels like. But let's continue. Thank you, Pete in Texas. Let's continue with this.
Morto standards, they could have a match 500 times better than this.
They could have had a
The
better
whole match is Beast going, oh, he can't decide what he wants to do. Yeah. I'm like, I know what I want.
The whole match is him going, ah.
This is the best.
Oh, I love it. As Camille, by the way, is made to look dumb again. Her and Monet both being beaten up at the same time by Statlander. Fuck this show. Anyways, more Dave.
You to do beat this guy's ass, and then he'll make a big comeback.
He was beating his ass. I mean, he was going pretty hard on him. You know, which to me made no sense. It's like, you know, like Beast.
Yeah,
you know
Beast.
I mean?
You want to be in his group? Why are you beating his ass so bad?
Yeah, you want to
Yeah, I mean, he beat his ass.
be on our team, and then you have a. Well, if you don't, you know, let's have a match. Like, wait, if you're recruiting him, why do you want to have a match with him?
I didn't like this match.
So he just keeps saying, well, you know, if you're recruiting him, why are you having a match with him? Because, Dave, none of it makes sense, and you're trying to make sense of it, but you're trying to speak about it as though it already makes sense, which it doesn't for anyone because nobody knew that Roddy's trying to fucking recruit him, and no one's explained that, and it doesn't make fucking any fucking sense. You dumb fuck. Okay? We're getting the yellow tag, guys. Super chat in. We're not monetizing this one. No, but for real, like, hey, you're an idiot. And he speaks like it's matter-of-factly when it's not whatsoever to anybody. And that's the delusional. That's called gaslighting people. And Brian is sitting there being gaslit. He can take it no more. Brian Alvarez, you have an open door on PWT, buddy. Open. You and Vinny both. Come here, and we'll talk this out, buddy.
Too much rigmarole.
I like the match.
We're supposed to be in the middle of something with Roderick.
Oh, my God. That was amazing. I'm saving those for later. So,
Oh my God.
MJ,
I legitimately hurt from laughing at that. That was priceless.
Dude, amazing. So Ref MJ
great.
from NJ says that sources say Dave Meltzer will soon tell the cult of Tony that there's ratings fraud and they should hand count the numbers of people watching. He was overheard saying he thinks both eyeballs should be counted. So a person with two eyes count twice. Tony God? Dave Meltzer calls historically low AEW Rampage rating almost inexplicable. Oh my God. Yeah, it's not because it sucks. It's not because there's always now there's just no explanation. So there's always an explanation, but when you run out, now there's no explanations. You know what I'm saying? Dave is just like, fuck. Nothing I can
Giving
do.
up. I don't know what else to do. Tony, I'm out of excuses.
Just tapping out, man. I love it.
Jesus.
Uncle Dave is struck again. So this guy, British Wrestling Mark, says other things are factors, but that was the biggest factor. Seriously, how did we let this socially awkward freak become the face of journalism in this community? True that. And this guy's called British AEW Mark, but shout him out. So Meltzer goes, because the smart people will read this and say, and guys, we pointed out, what the fuck does Dave and Ibou both say? They both do the same vernacular. They go, because the smart people will tell you, the dumb people will tell you. The idea behind this, it's just fucking hacky, corny.
Obviously, you don't read.
Yeah, the best guy is Tony Khan. Read this and say, yeah, that's pretty much it. And the dumb people will cry on Twitter and never learn. So, I don't know, man. Dave is just real coping over here and thinks he's young and hip with the clap back.
We're literally watching a brain just disintegrate in real time. Like, this is what happens when your brain just physically disintegrates.
So we covered this before, or no, we haven't actually. Here, sorry. So Dave Meltzer responds to Joe Del Busso, who says, no, AEW lost because they don't cater to casual wrestling fans, and that's okay. Something Dave sees as 5 stars isn't necessarily something a random dude from Hoboken or Winnipeg. Great pulls for names, too, because that's so true, dude. So, yeah, we'll read this guy's whole thing. Hoboken or Winnipeg might see the same way. WWE has a much bigger market share and audience to work with. Casual wrestling fans have a certain amount of time to dedicate to this each week. They'll obviously pick what they're used to. And this is in response to Meltzer coping, saying AEW lost because they got out-promoted. Other things are factors, but that was the biggest factor. So it's always just some bulls. They got out-promoted. It's like, well, I thought this is big, bad, $250 million Tony Khan, more money than any promoter before him. So what are we fucking crying about here, right? So Meltzer responds to this and goes, "Oh, you heard a podcaster who has no..." So now he just like comes in with a preconceived notion that this guy's regurgitating some shit and couldn't formulate this clear logical thought on his own that we all formulate on our own. Okay? So Dave goes, "Oh, you heard a podcaster who has no clue about history of number 2 promotions historically?" So Dave knows the history of number 2 pencils and number 2 promotions.
The Dixon Ticonderogas. That's what they
So, you know, Dave is the all-seeing eye of fucking number 2 promotions historically.
All-seeing nose.
Yeah, and then he goes, "They were either misleading you or lying. Also, WWE doesn't cater to casuals either."
What? You what?
I fucking tell all of... What do I tell all you motherfuckers, dude? Tony Khan, Dave Meltzer, their vision, their shit doesn't align. Dave thinks that is going to really try and say AEW... pardon me, WWE does not cater to casuals is the funniest thing ever when that's all these people say. Oh, WWE caters to casuals. It's like McDonald's. You just eat up the brainless slop.
Right?
Oh, so they're not doing that, Dave, and they're telling great stories then? Like, what's the opposite of that, I guess? Or what are they doing then? Just obscure stories like calling Frank fucking Mortis and joking about him being a lawyer and talking about storylines you and Tony Khan texted about, and that is catering to casuals more. Not saying that Dave said that. I'm not going to straw man an opinion over there. Like, it's not like he said AEW caters to casuals, but you know that's what he thinks in his mind. Well, casual fans will see the clips and the flips and think it's cool, but they don't. But they fucking don't. They look at the moments and the stars and the larger-than-life characters. So the thing is that you take WWE, you're going to tell me now that Dave doesn't align with all the sickos for years that he basically has brainwashed into thinking that WWE caters to casuals, which they objectively do. But it's not like this is some brand new notion. Like, everybody understands this. They're mainstream. Mainstream shit caters to casuals. We already know it. We covered it on the show. All the sickos, the same ones who defend Dave Meltzer, will tell you, oh, watching WWE is like only listening to top 40 music on the radio and shit. They consider it the fucking casual viewer experience. They call it McDonald's. McDonald's is all about the casuals. In fact, every business that's successful is about their casuals.
Funny how that works.
Casuals are the lifeblood of industry. Quote Phil Marks on that. I invented that. Casuals are the lifeblood of every industry, especially entertainment. But anyways, this motherfucker, though, is literally trying to tell us the casuals. No, like, I'm a hardcore mark, but clearly WWE caters to the casuals. Clearly. Or else they wouldn't be doing the business they're doing. There's a reason why the buildings are sold out and shit. It's not like all of those people are hardcore wrestling fans. So WWE's catering to the hardcores and AEW is doing what then? It's so fucking dumb. They're ass backwards. They'll say anything. They'll say anything to get out of any position. And as Dashing Purpool just said, Dave basically just buried AEW, calling it number 2. Exactly, man.
That's great.
And there's, I don't know. It's just gaslighting. It's hilarious that he always just fucks himself. Like, Meltzer always just puts his foot in his mouth. But continuing along, he goes, their booking is assuming everyone is a regular weekly viewer. No, their booking isn't assuming that at all, Dave. Their booking, oh man, I'm going to own Dave. I'm going to cook him. What does Dave and all these fucking geeks want to complain about? For years. Oh, there's too much packages and commercials and the replays and the vignettes and the da-da-da-da-da. And I agree, in the past it was like that, but WWE's really reeled it in. But that's been even fucking Meltzer's complaint. That's been everyone's complaint about Raw and shit. Oh, there's too many fucking recaps and
Not
stuff.
enough wrestling. Not enough
wrestling. Well, what are they doing in the not enough wrestling? They're recapping shit. They're telling you story. stories, and what they're doing is like a good Marvel movie, right? Like back when Marvel was really good. It was a movie that if you were entrenched in the lore, you're popping at the little things, but if you just pick it up for the first time, it's just a superhero story that you're like, damn, this is a great tale. That's what every episode of Raw is. That's why a lot of times too they start the show like, here's the dudes that are going to fight in the main event. The reason is like, if there's a casual sitting there, they see these two guys talk shit and they're like, oh, I want to see them fight. And then it's like, well, you got to wait till the end. And then throughout the show, you get recaps, and then they ingratiate in your mind like what happened that you could have missed. There's a reason they recap shit from SmackDown on Raw, Dave. So you're fucking literally lying. This is you lying and gaslighting and just talking shit and having no understanding of the shit you claim you have. You're a fucking liar, dude.
Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
You're a goddamn liar, bro. Yeah, I'm cooking you right now, son. Just when you thought fucking Phil had no more sauce left for Meltzer, dude, I come and I start banging on them pans in the kitchen, mama. I start banging and clacking them fucking pans. I start whipping.
It will never be over. It'll never be over.
It will never be over, dude, for real, because I'm telling you, this dummy, we can't even get through 3 sentences without me baking his ass. And like, he's just completely lying here, gaslighting everybody, and their booking is assuming everyone is a regular weekly viewer. Hell to the nah, bro. Hell to the nah.
Shut up, bitch!
The packages catch you up to speed. If you miss a Raw, you'll know what you missed on last Raw. Period. So you're fucking wrong, and that's just a cold-hearted cope right there. And then he says the only promotion that caters to casuals is CMLL.
You fucking mark!
What? The only promotion that caters to casuals is CMLL.
What?
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that, right? Who the fuck watches CMLL? Well, casually, people watch it in Mexico. Glenn Gilberti, the real Disco Inferno, pipes in and he says, this is ignorance to the subject matter. Dave is so clueless to writing and booking that he doesn't comprehend that the reason I can't do it. WWE presents so many packages explaining storylines is to capture casual viewers. How dumb can this guy be? Exactly. I mean, Glenn just cooked his ass. This is one of the craziest things ever fucking said, man. I have to. I'm blocked, so I can't. I gotta add that again later. I gotta keep that one. But anyways. Meltzer said what again? The GOAT. He goes, once Dave gets a thought implanted into his head, you need to remove his brain and put it back in like Shibata to change his mind. It's so true. So this guy goes, no, AEW lost, blah, blah, blah. So this is in response to the tweet I just roasted. And then here's Meltzer said what? With a callback to a year ago where Meltzer has made a career off of speaking in absolutes based off singular experiences and anecdotal evidence. Here, Dave explains the origin behind his long-running narrative of lucha being the wrestling style that non-fans will always gravitate to the most. This is a year ago where Dave's talking about lucha, no matter what is the style fans will gravitate to. This is why he's clinging on, you know? I don't even think it's because...
The best guys, Tony Khan!
And I don't even think he's bought into the shit fully. Like, I know I say that jokingly, or am I? But, like, it's because his idea, his cognitive dissonance of, like, the bubble of his brain for years thinking this is the wrestling that's going to get over, and it just didn't. It botched, and it's to blame him because all these motherfuckers were thinking he was right, and he just wasn't. Not in America, anyways. We're the kids in America. Whoa. We're the kids in America. Whoa.
He just hitched himself to that wagon as hard as he can. He will not unhitch.
Right.
He
And
has
that's why
melded
people
to that
go,
thing.
people say to me, oh, come on now, Phil. What happens when Dave stops being a dummy? Well, it'll never stop. I ain't going to keep telling you that we won't stop. But not only that, like, there's a treasure trove of, we could just go back in time and chronicle it all from the beginning. But yeah, this is a year ago. He believes that, you know, lucha is what everyone's going to gravitate to. Meanwhile, the fans weren't gravitating to fucking hologram, to fucking, what are these guys called? Gravity, wasn't that one of the luchas he brought in? They're not gravitating to Commander. None of these guys. So here we go. Let's listen to Dave. Oh, here, the sound's off. Sorry, guys.
The funniest thing is these so-called experts from another generation who think only the hardcores are going to.
These so-called experts from another generation. You mean like you in the fucking 80s days? You mean like you being 45 in the 80s and still doing this shit and not knowing that you're the old generation? Jesus Christ.
This because it's, this, you know what I mean? Because this it's not wrestling style. It's not the wrestling style that they grew up on. Not realizing that other stuff is, I remember, this goes back.
That other stuff is breaking record gates, doing the best shit, the best business in history, white hot, fucking all over the world, Netflix, all this shit, man. It's just so funny, the cope.
30 years. And I was dating a girl at the time who.
And I was dating a girl at the time. I can assure you it was actually a girl. Not like a little girl, but like a big girl. Well, not a big girl either. But actually she was like a woman. But not like a TNA knockout or anything like that. But Frank Mortis. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Went to wrestling shows.
He doesn't know.
She put up with it. She wasn't a fan of it or anything. Thought it, all of her friends thought it was completely stupid. Just completely stupid. So one day, I was over her house, and it was Galavision Lucha Libre, and her friends were all there. And they this was Super Astro was in the match. I don't remember much else, which tells you how long ago.
Dave, he's about to tell us they popped for the fucking luchas in the colorful outfits doing flips. Yeah, it's because it's a bunch of girls and you're a fucking geek trying to show them wrestling, and all of her friends are over and they all hate wrestling, and she hates wrestling and thinks it's dumb, and she's doing this because somehow you got her, convinced her to blow you, and you're fucking sitting there showing them lucha and they're going, ooh, shiny, ooh, oh yeah, the flip guys are really cool. You know what I mean? Like, yes, in that instance, bro. Yeah, it's like jingling keys in front of a fucking baby. Yeah, it's going to distract them for a minute when they're hanging out with a fucking nerd with new fucking 8,000 papers laying all over the place. And they're like, this could be a fire hazard. Is there a coffee table in this motherfucker? I'll just sit on the stack of papers over here. Like, Jesus Christ, Meltzer. Come on, man. He's about to say they enjoyed the flippy and the colorful outfits, and you're a fucking nerd showing them wrestling. And they're like, what are we doing here? Dude, this is hilarious.
Super Astro. But anyway, Super Astro was in the match doing all the great lucha stuff. And they're all.
Oh, yeah, they care about the great lucha technical work. No, bro. Look up Astra. I bet he wears pink and does backflips. Like, Jesus Christ.
Looking at me and they're going like, I'm thinking like, oh, God, they're going to think this is just garbage and the masks and everything. They go like, oh, is this what pro wrestling is in Mexico? And I go, yeah. And he goes, why don't they do that here? Because everyone here thinks pro wrestling's stupid. This is great, and for, that's just,
So he dated some fucking dumb bitch who doesn't even like wrestling. And they're like, oh, this stuff that isn't wrestling. Hey, we don't like wrestling. We hate wrestling. We think it's dumb. Oh, here's this thing that isn't wrestling. Wow, isn't this great? It's kind of like the circus. Well, we like the circus. We don't like wrestling, though. Why don't they do the circus instead of wrestling? Dave, that's a great idea. I'll tell Tony Khan.
And look, you can watch any Friday night CMLL show, and the audience is filled with people who are not wrestling fans because they do shows for tourists, and they don't know anyone.
Yeah, because tourists don't. Oh, man. Oh, my God. They do shows for tourists, so those tourists don't want to go to Mexico and see some Lucha Libre. When I was in Mexico, I didn't want to see Lucha Libre, Dave, and I didn't go get my picture taken with fucking the El Santo Memorial thing, and I didn't fucking buy a Lucha mask and all that stuff, Dave. Is that not what didn't happen, bro? Holy fuck, man. Holy shit. Yeah, Dave, they're tourists who want to watch wrestling. Oh, they don't know any of the guys. Yeah, that's the whole thing with Lucha, right? They all wear masks, and you don't need to know them, and that's like, it's like a It's like one of these fucking shows in the territories. You'd get those too.
They probably don't speak
Pop
the
up in a
language
butt
either.
fuck town. They don't know any of the wrestlers. It's just crazy, man. It's fucking nuts. If you put on SmackDown and put right now and you put on CMLL Friday show, I know what fucking people are watching, dude.
Yeah, they were watching it for the
And
spectacle.
they're out there just having the time of their lives because that is the wrestling that appeals to people who have no background in wrestling. I'm not saying it's superior to anything else. Every style has its good and its bad. But you want something when that was the question was asked. If you had, if you have no TV, if you have no knowledge, no names, and you put New Japan, you put all of this stuff and have a non-wrestling fan watch it. New Japan.
Do you guys hear what Dave's saying? So if you guys if you just go based off moves, so we're not allowed to tell a story. You just go based off the fucking moves. And I disagree with that. I think someone like McIntyre and Punk with no story could go in there and tell a fucking story that'd be way more compelling than any lucha
Oh,
match.
absolutely.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So I disagree with that. To say any match. No, I disagree. I think people in WWE would shine in that sense because they actually know how to sell, how to pace, and how to storytell. And I think they would actually give people more to bite onto, in my opinion. But yes, flips are cool to people who don't watch wrestling and don't understand what it really is. And like, what is wrestling, guys? Can we discuss this, bro? It is fucking working a simulated shoot fight. And the reason why they decided to work it was because they realized if we keep shoot fighting, we can't fight as many times. If we work, the shoot, brother, we can work twice a day, 4 times a week, go to different towns, draw the big crowds. And it's all about garnering heat to fucking get a mark to buy a ticket. So you can that's literally what wrestling's about. I don't care what anyone fucking tries to tell anyone.
That's
what
bringing
it's
them back
about.
the next week. Yeah.
Dude,
you can have a fight that makes
and the reason they started to work it, the reason they work it is so that they can do more fights. Because if they're really punching each other and really you strain a neck, you cut your face open. There's a reason UFC fighters can fight 3 times a year maximum for the most part, right? Unless you're like an anomaly. So that's why it's done that way. So like that's what pro wrestling is. And I get it. Some people are like, it's my art, it's the performance, it's the acrobatics. Yes, it is all that shit now, but it's also at its core, it's about garnering heat and working marks to buy a ticket or buy a pay-per-view or tell a friend or bring 2 more people. And how do you do that? How do you get heat? You tell a story, psychology, you pace the match out, you fucking have a good guy and a bad guy, right? And you can do that all with body language. You don't need even the promos and all that, but they help. They make it even more compelling because it is a TV show. It's TV, bro. It's TV. Let's Hollywood that shit up a little bit.
Make them want to come back. That's the whole point. It's all about me. You can't do that. Some shoot fights will be boring because the guys won't have their styles won't mesh, or it'll be too many quick fights and the fans can't get into it. Like there's a whole reason behind it.
Yeah, so that's what wrestling is at its core, and Dave's sitting here telling you that. Well, if anyone just sees the moves, if you eliminate all the storytelling and all the good stuff, the moves are what matter. That's literally what he's saying. John JID 999 for $2 says, I hope the Lucha Bros get to the WWE soon. Yeah, bro.
Acknowledge me.
And I absolutely agree. And we've talked about it a bunch on this show. I think Ray Phoenix is trapped up for a while, and Penta's trying not to stir the shit, but they will come in sooner than later. And hopefully they do the storyline that Husey was on this show, and he's like, I talked to someone, maybe a source, and fucking they're gonna do this Godfather type lucha story. I love it. So hopefully they get to do that. And yeah, here we go. Takeshita and Adam Cole just is firing off. Who cares about this Dynamite? Honestly, I haven't cared really at all. But yeah, Dave just talking out of his booty cheek. Sorry, Jake, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, like, it's kind of like saying, because like for the people that he's talking about, like they don't speak the language, they're just watching it for the show. That's like saying like a telenovela, they're watching that and thinking it's the greatest thing ever. No, they're being entertained by it because they're on vacation having fun. Like that's not the same thing. That's not someone who's going to watch it week to week and pay money.
Yeah.
Like it's not that hard to think about. Oh God, Adam Cole is orange again. Hopefully he sprayed under his knee pads tonight. The spray tan.
Yeah, this time hopefully he got that fucking Simpsons, that Homer Simpson fucking hue he picked.
George just said it too in the chat.
Who? What's that?
George said the same thing in the chat. Hopefully
Yeah.
Cole took off his knee pads when he got a spray tan. That's the worst.
Yeah,
place
Adam
ever.
Cole looks like that bully on The Simpsons with the toque and the long brown hair, all grown up. You know what I mean?
Jimbo. It's
Yeah.
Jimbo.
It's
Yeah.
Jimbo, dude.
No, my shirt's
He
changed
somehow
me
has the
too.
same skin color
He
as
does.
Japanese. He somehow has the same
can't
skin
unsee
tone
it.
as Japanese superstar Takeshita, who's in the ring right now.
I can't unsee that.
Jesus
Oh, that
Christ.
74 lands guy needs to make that into a thing. That guy's the best with his 74 lands. He's some from the UK. He does Simpsons as
yeah.
like AEW and WWE characters and different like themes. Yeah. Adam Cole as Jimbo would be great.
It's crazy. It's like it was super orange on Halloween, and he just slowly is letting it fade since, and it's sort of like this weird, like after you lick your Cheeto finger fucking color.
Right? But you haven't washed your hands yet? Yeah, it's that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like
that's
adjusting
funny.
the color on my shit. Is there something wrong with this? I don't know. Yeah, it's cartoonish. It truly
is.
looks
It's
like
really
a fucking
bad.
Simpsons character.
It's
And
so
then
bad.
They just jump started this match too.
Yeah,
This
of
is
course.
crazy. Okay, sorry. We'll move along with Dave.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Dave
Captivating
is much
shit.
more entertaining.
John JID 999 says, same as Takeshita, get to the PC, unlearn the indie BS. You know, he's not even that like shitty of an indie. Like right now, he's got Adam Cole in a headlock, laying down on the ground, working a hold, brother. You know, he slowed this whole match down. The whole thing is like Adam's trying to like hit the ropes, and Takeshita's like, no, bitch, you know, I'm hanging on to you kind of thing. I'm bigger than you. So
I feel like if he worked
Takeshita
it
knows
right,
how to
he would be
work.
great.
He needs to get to WWE and get away from fucking whatever they got going on in AEW. I fully agree. The PC would be amazing. I don't know. Does he fit in NXT? They could do something with him. I think in the main roster, even he'd do great already. I think he's just ready. He knows what he's doing. But yeah, like obviously he does the crazy indie shit with Ricochet and that because that's what the fuck he does. You know, he's gonna do. It's AEW, bro. It's what they do. It's what every
great to give
pay-per-view
like a
is.
solo type run where he has like a year or maybe like 6 to 8 months where they plan it out where he can do a couple of good story arcs where he can just get the feel of it, kind of know the system, and then put him on the main roster.
Yeah, I could see that too, man.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like his shit. He's like arguing with the ref. He slowly puts Cole in the corner, chops him, grabs him, lifts him up. No, you ain't going nowhere. Irish whip now, keeping him trapped. You know, that was a hammer throw into the corner. So, yeah, I'm calling the match now. But, you know, Takeshita's got the stuff. So, yeah, I agree with you. Get him away from these guys before they fuck up his whole...
Seriously.
Yeah, is everything he's got. And, yeah, unlearn any bad habits. But I think he's got great habits. So far, he's got a look. He's got size, speed, strength. And, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, I said it earlier in the show. He should just squash Cole quickly. Also, I did a hired or fired John JID. I'm not sure if you checked that out. I did AEW hired or fired, and yeah, he's a guy where I was like, we're hiring Takeshita, you know, and we're keeping him and we're developing this guy. Thank you for the super chat.
He seems like he'd be coachable too. Like he would want the training and he would want the coaching and to get better. There's some guys who just, I don't know. At least from the interviews I've seen from him and stuff.
Yeah, just imagine Takeshita with Shawn Michaels like coaching him and shit. That just seems crazy. Yeah, that's
right.
amazing.
Like and Regal, like just showing him the ropes. Yeah, it wouldn't take long, and he'd be a star.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with all the like, just the expansion, dude. They're hitting Europe on the road to WrestleMania. Like that's crazy. Anyways, let's get back into Meltzer here. Meltzer said what tried to warn everyone about Meltzer in 2019. Meltzer said what tweeted out, everyone wants an alternative, but what people don't want is Dave Meltzer's sole representation of what pro wrestling is under a completely different set of standards. I'm sure AEW doesn't actually want him turning fans against them by constantly knocking WWE to put them over. So he said this shit when AEW started, bro.
February
Meltzer
19th.
said, what is the mole confirmed?
Yeah. worry
I'm just kidding. But yeah, dude, amazing. This applies. This is insane. The foresight he had on this. He's just been covering Meltzer for so long. There's no escaping it. So shout out the GOAT. Just like you, Dave, just like you. So somebody now read this shit. Read this. This popped me so hard. Whoever did this in the PWT universe, you're fucking goated. So
oh my God.
Somebody grabs a screen grab of fucking Meltzer's Blue Sky account, right? And then they post it on X and they tag Meltzer and go, "Is this your Blue Sky account?" And let's read this profile. Dave Meltzer. So at Dave Meltzer at .bsky.social goes, wrestling journalist extraordinaire, Tony's best friend, creator of the 5-star rating system. My safe place is the Tokyo Dome. I like playing flutes, wine coolers, and baked enchiladas. I dislike WWE trolls, awful, PWT, Jim Cornette, and Linda McMahon. You guys, you know what that calls for? A Dave Meltzer E-flute. Bro, that shit is amazing. Whoever did this,
just applause.
Bravo. And when I first saw Dave go, I don't have a Blue Sky account, so it's a fraud. So first off, he read the description of the flutes and the fucking PWT and the flutes. He knows the flutes for sure. I know people are like, I send flutes and he blocked me. I'm like, yeah, well, that shit could be annoying. He still might not know what it means, but God damn, he's got to at this point. Whoever did this listens to PWT Confirmed, and that shit is amazing. Thank you for that. And I didn't even notice it because a lot of this stuff, guys, I read the thing and then I go, I can instantly determine like, okay, react to this live on the show, or like this, I need to know coming into it. So a lot of the Dave stuff, I can just bookmark and then I freestyle it live on the show. You know what I mean? I don't know if anyone
Best way
else
to go.
that shit. Yeah, I just come at it raw, dude. And
it's funnier that way. You get your live reaction. You get the laughs are great.
So all I saw was like a Meltzer Sky Social, and then I just see Meltzer going, I don't have an account, so it's a fraud, just like these old podcasters who are out of touch, Eric Bischoff. And so, shout out Bischoff, by the way. And so I didn't read it, and then someone pointed it out, tagged it, and it's probably in the bookmarks here, and circled it with red, like a red thing on their phone, and we're like, Phil, like, did you notice? And I'm like, oh God. And it popped me so hard. Whoever did that, man, deserves the fucking Lolo. Pretty sure Lewis in chat did it. George Capture for $2. Where's Lewis in chat? That was me, Kingslayer Network. I sent you that this morning and highlighted it for you. Thank you, Kingslayer, for highlighting it. Let's see.
That's amazing.
Yeah, whoever it was, bro, Luis, if that was you, you are the shit. God damn, dude.
Incredible.
I appreciate you. And then John JID, I think you're saying you need to check that out, the hired or fired or whatever. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. Sorry, I scrolled back a bit. And I'm doing one for WWE next week, so tune in. Yeah, dude. Feet in the chat, flutes in the chat. Amazing work. PWT Universe, a round of applause for all of you because you're amazing.
I just hope he did have to research something. What is this flutes thing? What does it mean?
Dude, I get asked every day now. Jake, what do the flutes mean? And it's like, yeah, there's people who tell me, they're like, I caught you at live show number 15, man, and have been following ever since. And I'm like, damn, you know what? I have been doing a lot of these. And to me, live show 15, I'm like, damn, that was already quite a bit into the show, but I'm not even 2 years old yet. So I don't know. The days are going by and still I think of you. But I love singing if you're new here, by the way. But yeah, I don't know. I just appreciate you all so much. It's crazy, you know, how far we've come along. But yeah, the flutes are infinite now. Dave and the internet equals flutes forever.
Just incredible.
No going back. You know?
Yeah,
So
right.
It's hilarious, man. Thank you guys for this. Whoever did that troll is uncanny.
Gimmick is over. That is over.
It's cooked. Yeah, so I saved it somewhere. Whoever did I might have bookmarked it in the Sickos section actually as well. So we'll see it when we go to Sickos in a bit. So the main event of this is basically an update from the Dutch Mantell thing. Actually, before that, we have Dave Meltzer. responding to this fan who goes, they'll always be fine financially, Dave, in reference to AEW. His daddy owns a damn NFL team. They could have 0 fans or merch sales and never be in financial jeopardy. And Meltzer goes, they are about to be the second most profitable pro wrestling company in history, regardless of the NFL. The daddy this and daddy that era ended when the deal was signed. So I quote tweeted this shit and said flat out, don't ever, and this, I'm telling you this as well, chat, and those of you listening and watching all around the world, don't let Dave ever gaslight you with this shit again. He did this shit for a year with the TV deal, and then even he had to go, well, if they don't sign it soon, and then they got signed for upwards 185, which means it could be less even. Even upwards means more than, yeah, but it also leaves it open and vague to where it could be 150 or 175 for all we fucking know. Like, it's so vague and shit, and WBD owns a chunk. So they could just be like, yeah, they were hiding $9 billion of losses and shit from their investors. Like, I don't trust any, like, it doesn't matter. These people cook the books all the time, man. It's how they get down. And all I'm saying is, like, Dave doesn't know, and he's gaslighting everybody. I've used the word gaslight throughout this whole thing. It's my new favorite word for Dave right now, but it just applies to him because it's what he's doing. It is cope, but I've used that to death. Yeah, and it's gaslighting now. Like, it has been for a long time, but it's really, like, lately especially, it's just saying this shit so confidently that's clearly not even true. No one can back this up. It's him texting Tony Khan and existing in his own little bubble. And the daddy this and daddy that era, sure. And hey, Phil Mark said it too. I'm like, yo, they said he paid his dad back, so I don't know about his dad being in all that. But now I'm inclined to think he is still. You know what I mean? And all I'll say is this, man. When the deal was signed, you don't know, they might get 185. That doesn't mean they're profitable. And Dave's saying they're going to get 250 million is the number he's throwing out there. So he's been wrong about all the numbers. He's been wrong about the who's, the what's, the when's, the where's, the how's. He got fucking worked by a post from a Mark mocked up and put in a Sean Ross Sapp Fightful Discord server. Got worked by that and fucking posted it on The Observer, and a bunch of people were like, what are you doing, dude, in his own community? So he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's gaslighting motherfuckers. Don't fall for this again. Never fall for this again. We're not tolerating it anymore. Yeah, I go hard on Meltzer now. Usually I'm oh, come on now, Phil. I try and play the fence, but, you know, and I will say when he's correct, but nah, I'm going brutal on this dude, especially after the Dutch stuff. You know what I mean, Jake?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, he's brought all of this on himself because he continues to he doesn't change at all. It's all, and for me, it's not even so much what he's saying, it's the tone. Absolutely. Where he has to be right. Everybody else is wrong, no matter what. And then he just blocks everybody off if you question him on it, because he knows he's full of shit. Like when he lays down on his pile of papers at night that would be his bed, you know, he knows he's full of shit. But it's his gimmick. He can't do anything else. He's too far into it. I mean, I don't think he's faking anything. I think he fully believes all this, but I think deep down he knows he's a piece of crap.
Dave Meltzer is such a goof, and his room is filled with so many papers. He looks like fucking Scrooge McDuck's tax guy. You know what I mean? That's what I picture. Like a cartoon of him, like a Goof Troop cartoon, and he, you know, a DuckTales, and he dives off the papers into the papers.
Yeah.
I love taxes.
You know, it's so great to dive in. Yeah.
Oh my God. So,
good Lord.
Dirty Dutch Mantell.
Shout out to him. Glad he's back. Glad he's doing well.
Yeah, we have a minute-long response. I implore you to go and check out the first video that dropped earlier this week, where it was his co-host or his, I don't know what you call it. All these wrestlers have like a guy they link up with. I'd do that. Hey, wrestlers, if you listen to the show, I'd do that with you. I'd fucking be like your guy. You know, like Alba was with Matt Hardy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like all the guys like have a guy. All the wrestlers have a guy that like is their interview guy, and they do it for multiple channels. I'll be that guy if you wrestle.
Yeah, like Dominic D'Angelo does Rob Van Dam. He does the one with Magnum TA. Yeah, just a bald guy. Yeah, I don't know who he is, but he's great. He's great at he sets them up for for their stories and like keeps them in check. Cause wrestlers, they sometimes get kind of lost or over on the left there. Yeah. You'd be great at that. Shit, I do it too. That'd be fun.
Shit, I'd do it, man. In a
Right?
flash. Dutch Mantell says he would like to slap the dog shit out of Wrestling Reporter, and it should be all in quotes,
right?
Dave Meltzer. So, of course, we here at PWT don't wish physical harm on anybody, and I'm sure Dutch doesn't either. But he reserves the right to say this because Meltzer spoke about him and his wife, which is almost more disrespectful. Like, say what you will about a man, but like don't even talk about his wife for a minute. You know what I mean?
Yes,
While disrespecting me,
yeah.
and all of that sort of thing. You piece of scum. And so he wants to slap the shit out of Dave. Now, I would never walk up personally and just slap Dave the way Chris Connor's fantasy Mark books it. But I would I would challenge him to a duel, like, and I'd work a match with him or whatever. Now I would like tutu after this stuff. Tutu. Like what fucking Dave wears while he dances around papers and while he's watching fucking Lucha
It's
Libre.
made out of the papers, actually. No, it's made out of
yeah. It's like a paper mache.
Yeah.
Fucking tutu. And then him and Tony do Black Swan. Whoa, is this PWT or is this a fantastical tale of Tony Khan? Shout out fucking Burning Senton 90. Anyways, so let's hear what Dutch has to say. Here's 1 minute. I implore you to go listen to his whole thing, and I'm glad he's back and better than ever. And see, hating on Dave breathes life into the wrestling community, man. We can all unite on one front. Whether you're a fan of WWE or CMLL or WWE or TNA, what we can all agree on is Dave Meltzer's a fucking goof. And yes, we all should stand behind Dutch. God bless him and his wife. And let's hear what Dirty Dutch, the dirty one, Zeb Coulter, to some of you youngsters in chat, has to say about Wavy
Uncle
Davey.
Zebekiah? Is that what he was when he was with the other guys before? Zebekiah.
Yeah. We the people.
Yeah.
And you can knock me, Dave. I mean, but you're knocking my family now.
Oh shit. See,
And
I didn't listen to this, and what did I say? Yo, like, talk about me, but like when you bringing up his wife, even her,
seriously,
like, don't even bring it up. And yeah, it's the first thing that came out of his. It's just man shit. Dave don't know nothing about that. I had a girlfriend once, and I brought her to. It was a girl. It was a girl. I swear. No, not shaming anyone either, man. Whatever floats your boat. But Dave, admit that shit. No, but for real, he's like, I did have a girlfriend. I promise. She wasn't imaginary. I swear.
Right.
Her girlfriends were over. I swear. Yeah, they were real. I promise.
And you can knock me, Dave. I mean, but you're knocking my family now. And that is a no almost in any business. I almost died. My wife almost died. But yet, you, to make a point that you don't like me, you got to come out and you got to blast me for that. So, yes, I did say not flattering things about Tony Khan. But Meltzer, you've done a lot worse because you've had your thing going a lot longer than I have. And I was just basically doing my job.
And you're just allowed to have a fucking opinion. How about that, pussies? How about you're allowed to have an opinion? This is America. No. This is North America.
Oh, he pisses me off. I can't quite get my thoughts together. Well, I'm still recovering from what he said. I would like to walk up on him. I can't now. I'm too old now. But I would just like to walk up on Meltzer and just slap the dog shit out of him.
He could still, Dirty Dutch could still whip fucking Wavy Davey.
Really. Because some things deserve a good, hard slapping. Not a punch, but a slapping.
Yeah, dude. What did the five fingers say to the face type shit? Slap. Oh, yeah. I'm keeping that, too. That's going in the next remix. Shout out Dirty Dutch. Wow. And that, guys, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week.
Always so much fun. Fucking Dave.
So Pete in Texas for $10 says, just like people are getting their news and facts from podcasts like Rogan instead of legacy media, Dave will find out soon that fans will be getting news and facts from PWT, Soup, and others. Yeah, dude. And also, we'll fucking tell you what's opinion based and why and shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
And like admit when there's wrong or when there's fault or when like, oh, I heard wrong, or that was instead.
Yeah, and I'm
just
never
like,
even gonna come to you guys with I heard shit. I'm never gonna do that. That's fucked. I'm gonna read it to you, and then we're gonna react to it. And if I did legit hear some shit, I'll fucking just be candid. I don't know. I have said shit like oh, I saw Dijack's DMs and shit. I did, like, but it's like I don't fucking It's like whatever. I got nothing to prove here. I'm not trying to be the fucking news. I don't care. I don't want anyone to stooge shit to me, but they can if they want. And yeah, we're all good over here, baby. But yeah, I'm just doing my part to like shut these idiots up. You know what I mean? They affect jobs.
They need to be called out by everybody.
Yeah, and Dirty Dutch is saying it, man. And yeah, dirt sheets affect people's livelihoods sometimes when they're trying to report the news. Now, some of these wrestlers might not like the shit that I gotta say, my opinions on some of them, but I don't know, man. The truth is the truth. When I'm just talking about like what's good, I guess, or what I think is good, sort of aligns, I guess, with society more better than Tony.
But you're also
what
not
Tony
telling
Khan thinks is good.
people if they think wrong from you or they think different from you, they're wrong. You never do that, which is actually something. When I first found your show for over a year ago or whenever it was, that was one of the first things I noticed, because I feel like too many people, if you don't like what they like, no matter what it is, oh, you are just wrong. That's you're stupid. And like, it's one thing if it's funny, like when people joke about food or different things in a funny way, like that, oh, I love In-N-Out, I love Whataburger, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's friends still. But some people and a lot of these podcasters with their opinions on wrestling, if you think differently, like Dave, oh, well, you're stupid then. Well, that'd be something somebody stupid would think that.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't read every 5,000 words I wrote while fucking wanking it to apartment wrestling? So, yeah, dude. Thank you, Pete in Texas, and thank you, everybody. Like, yeah, I don't know. We're doing the damn thing over here, and it's because of all y'all's. All those greens in the chat, I see all. But, yeah, man, he can say what the fuck he wants. So, Dynamite's not over. Hey, there's still an hour of this show, is there not? Am I wrong about that?
I think you're right. Yeah.
This thing's dragging ass tonight,
I was just going to say, I'm like, seriously? It feels like it's been on for 3.
Let's see, like, what's on the card here. We'll get into the Sickos, guys, but let me just hydrate a little bit, and let's just, like, look at what we've seen so far. Yeah, so we have to see Russian Swerve. We haven't seen Britt Baker. We haven't seen Hayter. I don't think we've seen Lashley. And then I think the FTR House of Black match. Damn.
The Hurt Syndicate did a little promo in the back.
Oh, okay, so then, but was that technically the hearing from Bobby, or is that going to be in the ring?
I would hope they would bring him into the ring just for the live crowd, but I don't know.
Because this is what I'm saying, bro. Like, they're going to stuff all that shit I just said into the last hour, too. That's pretty nuts. That's pretty lots of stuff. We're gonna
probably another long ass overrun.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna get into Sickos, guys, but just give your boy Phil a minute here, and I'm gonna chug some soda water. And yeah, we're just gonna check in with chat for a minute. How's chat doing? Let me know how you're doing, chat. This guy said, here, I'm gonna read chat. Here, let me get some water. Actually, I'm fucking really parched.
Oh yeah, Dave's just getting destroyed in the chat. I was scrolling up and down at everybody's.
Yeah. Go call Dijak, Phil. No, I don't. I'd love to have Dijak on. Actually, you'll see in the Sickos, he's destroying like WWE Real One in them. He's like winning me over now. He got over with me again now. And I just saw like someone showed me a screen grab of DMs with a fucking dirt sheet, and I just admitted it. Like, I admit it, it's fucking, I saw them with my own eyes. I wouldn't lie. And it wasn't Fightful. I know everyone wants to say it's Fightful. It's not. Is Simon Miller still in the cool? Sure, he's good. Fuck that. Dutch should slap the shit out of him. Yep. PWT taking over the world. I really hope so. I really hope so. And like the turnouts for shows are ridiculous, dude. I do a run-in and we're cracking like almost 400 people and shit. It's like, dude, there's channels with like 100,000 subs 80,000 subs and shit that don't even get those kind of numbers. So don't say that to Chris. Yeah. He's already all over it on Twitter. So the undercard is Dutch versus Dave, main event Russo Cornette. Yes, let's see that.
Oh, yes. Now that would be a pay-per-view.
A good slap across the ear will F you up. Yeah, dude. Ask Dr. D. David Schultz and that guy, he slapped the shit. John Stossel or whatever. Phil, do you have JD Drake on your roster last night? No, but he's on the ROH one. So I was going through. No, he just wasn't on the AEW site. So neither was Leo Rush or MVP. I missed them. But I'm going to hire those boys. And when I do my tier list, because I know people will just tier list like, oh, here's a whatever. I'm going to do a tier list like, here's what my fantasy league, like, here's how I'd book these guys.
Like divisions and stuff. Yeah, because you were saying, like,
like I'll just do like,
that would be really cool. Then just like S tier, A, B, C, D.
S tier, like this guy's going to be my main cruiserweight guy for like a year. He's going to run with, like, that's how I'm going to. And people were like, someone commented, they're like, oh, you pretty much picked like all junior heavyweights. And I'm like, well, that's the whole AEW roster. Like, literally everyone over 200 pounds I put on my thing, you know, like anyone over 6 feet I picked, you know. So yeah,
you didn't not like that many to choose from.
I know people. Yeah, it's not like if I could start from square one, which wasn't the game we were playing, yeah, it'd be much different. Ask the reporter, girlfriend on the top, not the bottom. Damn. Unity, Durka Street. Oh, Jesus Christ, Moose Knuckle. Set a bag of dog shit on fire on his porch. About an hour. Dave crossed that line. There's no going back. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Was there a pre-show? What, for this one or Dynamite? No, it's just daylight saving time. I hate how Darby like jumps on people like your girlfriend after you haven't seen her for a week. You know, he jumps and wraps his legs around them, and then, you know, Dashing Purple. I forgot AEW was on, doing pretty good, enjoying watching Chicago Fire. Nice, dude. I hear that show's good. Terrible crowd. Crowd was dead for that. Yeah, Darby jumped from the railing and the crowd was dead. They don't like him. They have like 2 heavyweights, yeah, and I got them both. Please reconsider signing Red Velvet to your ROH roster. If she's on the ROH thing, yeah, we'll talk about it. You guys won't even believe too. Chris Connors watched that video and then he sent me his for AEW and he sent me his for WWE as well. And I was like, dude, I'm doing that next week. I didn't even ask you, you know, but good on him. So how is this how Mox sees TBS? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. Calling it the Superstation. It hadn't been called the Superstation since like 2004.
It's all gooberness.
Yeah.
I'm just watching here to see if anything grips my attention before we just jump into fucking more bookmarks, dude. Holy, we got Sickos galore. Oh my god, there's so much.
That was the thing that I was wondering when you were doing the roster thing, was like how many of those people were going to be on both the AEW and ROH roster?
Not a lot.
Is there not a lot? Okay.
No, if you go on the ROH roster page, there's like 20 people on there. And some of them are on, like, some people were like, where's MXM? They're on the ROH roster. So Tony, if you want to look inside his mind a little bit, you can tell who he thinks is on what show. And that's why I get frustrated when it's like, hey, MXM is on Collision. That's great, but like they're Ring of Honor guys or whatever. Like I'm able to point out the flaws in some of the little details of consistency because I fucking pay attention to all of this. So yeah, like really, I do.
It's not like that's so stupid.
Yeah, and so the ROH rosters, like there's some same guys, but most of them were the guys like, where's JD Drake? He's on the fucking ROH one, man. Trust me. So that one will be a quick one. And yeah, I'm going to do like every Fed that I can like think of. So next I'm doing WWE. And Chad, I'm not going to do it like NXT, Raw, SmackDown. Like I'm not going to just do Raw, just draft NXT, just do SmackDown, hire fire. I'm doing like all of WWE as a company, keeping all the shows in mind, you know?
And that's how you can tier them even too, is people on which show will be a
and then I'm gonna tier after, like tier. I might even pop in with a run in tomorrow and like tier or I might do a member show actually. So if you're not a member, consider joining up, 99 cents. Yeah, and support the channel. And yeah, I might do like a quick member stream tomorrow, but I'm gonna pop in with a stream, like just a quick one to do the tier of my AEW roster. And then I don't know if we can like start a fantasy fed or something. I don't fucking know if anyone's into that, but hop to it on Discord chat. I don't know. Discord link below. God, I can't stand Jericho. Yeah, I'm just watching this Jericho segment, guys, and then we'll get into Sickos. Don't worry. I just
keep thinking his hat was going to hit Renee on the side of the head. That is so big.
It's like that gag in Scary Movie 3 where the cop's hat keeps getting bigger and bigger. We just watched all the scary movies. Plenty in pixel art. My word, dude, he just gifted.
Oh, nice.
5 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Amazing, dude. Thank you so much for that chat. Round of applause for Plenty in, man, supporting the channel. And that's why I'm doing more and more goddamn content. I basically was like, you know what? I'm just going to go hard on the content for a while, because I was taking some time off work and things. So whatever, pulling the curtain back a bit. But yeah, I was like, all right, I'm going to put some of these writing shits on hold and I'm going to fucking just focus on some family stuff. And yeah, I've just been going hard. So thank you for gifting those. And I hope more of you, I hope some haters got it. I hope some fucking guys we like, some of our guys in the chat who don't got them, got some green on their names. And yeah, let's go. Members only show tomorrow, which is basically like an AMA and is like a chill just time. AMA is usually what I go to, but then sometimes I just jump on Twitter and start reading bookmarks and shit just to make it fun, so we'll figure it out. It's more of a freestyle
Never know
thing,
what's going to happen in the world anyway.
Yeah.
Some news will probably break or somebody will say something stupid. Let's be real.
Yeah. So Penelope Ford here, Thirstcast versus Britt Baker. Now, I want to see if this is a fucking slop fest, and we're doing Sickos tonight. Don't worry. But I just want to see if this is a big-time slop fest. So we're going to call this match. Okay, chat? Your boy Phil's got it. Britt looking really good, though. Looking in shape. Good attire. Her gear looks nice. Penelope, though, she's banging, but I did put her on the fire list because it's like,
Did you miss her when she was gone for 2 years? Was she missed? Like, no. Like, when Jamie Hayter was gone, you missed her. Like, that was the best way to think of it. Like, if they're off the roster for a period of time and you didn't miss them, like, sorry.
Is members only, YouTube only tomorrow, or Patreon? It is YouTube. It is a YouTube show, but I will the member shows will get re-uploaded to Patreon as well. But I'm gonna start doing that, but I try to make it like, here's an exclusive thing for YouTube members, and then I do like tons of exclusive shit on Patreon, like hours upon hours of exclusive shit on Patreon for just patrons that you can't get on the YouTube member thing. So I'm chat can let me know, like, should I upload the member shows to Patreon as well? I don't know. I like to kind of keep it like everything's a little unique. That's my approach to it thus far, but I've thought about it. I don't know. Our boys here, Scully Vibes for $2. Chris Jericho said Ishii used to do what? You what? Dude, Scully Vibes, good to see you, man. Always tagging me in good shit too, man. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for the $2. And yeah, bruv. Definitely. Jericho
good people for
loves him some Ishii. Yeah, Scully's good shit, man. And like sometimes you get confused too because he has that Joe Hendry Stan account. You're like, oh shit, it's Scully, It's not actually. Phil, I'm gonna trick you into gaming on Twitch one of these days. Yeah, dude, let's do it. I need to get a fucking like the newer Xbox, I'm a noob. I need the whatever the new one's called, right? I should enter myself in the draw. No, I won't do that. But I need one of those things because I'm this other thing shit and old, and I didn't realize. So yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I will start doing that. I want to start doing that. I've already done some PWT games, like test kind of things, but I got a whole thing in the works that I'm doing with some gaming stuff. So yeah, this match is pretty sloppy. Like Penelope tried to spin Britt around on the apron. That was slop. And Penelope doesn't wrestle a lot either. So it's like crazy to put two people who don't wrestle all that much in a match, and then you have Britt Baker like getting the shit beat out of her by Penelope, who's like, dude, who is she? You know, not and I'm not hating. I'm familiar, but she, like Jake said, she's just, it's always stop and start. Like she's never on TV consistently enough to where you can get invested in a Penelope, you know? So Britt Baker, people are kind of still invested in her, but not even really anymore.
Not nearly as much.
Yeah. It's they ruined it kind of. And if she had personal health issues, that's one thing, but I don't know, man. Her work, they need to start doing house shows. I was going to say health shows.
But that's what they are, though, because the house shows make you like, you hear all the people say it. They can't be going like what it was back in the day where they're doing shows every night and have 1 or 2 days off, but they should be doing like WWE has the perfect schedule where if you're on SmackDown, you work Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and if you're on Raw, you work Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And you do 2 house shows over the weekend, do your TV, get your reps in, but then you still get a good break. Like it makes perfect sense.
Right,
You
absolutely.
gotta get the reps in. It's how you try things. It's how you know what'll work. Like when they try these moves in the ring, where you can see like they had the idea, maybe they tried it once or twice in the ring for practice without a crowd in front of them, and it fails because they haven't been able to do it at full speed.
And they touch each other. Like then you can just like, okay, we're booking Finn Balor versus Dominic on Raw, and they've touched so many times on the house show circuit, they know what to do in there. Like they can just go on TV and have a good television match. You know, there's a difference as well between like a pay-per-view and television match. You know what I mean? So
yeah, you don't have to call the whole thing beforehand. You know how you're gonna lock up, good way to do rope breaks or clean breaks in the corner and all that. Yeah, that's a really good point too. It just makes things smoother, which makes prevents you from breaking ankles or falling off and whatever else they do, or how many times they drop each other in their freaking heads. Jesus.
Britt would have benefited from the Performance Center in like 2021. I think she's too far gone now. I agree. That's why I fired her on my hired or fired. Can WWE get the AEW out of these guys? Yeah, I mean, the one person I'll criticize though is Jade Cargill. Like she hasn't really improved all that much. I know a lot of people might not. Okay, so this match is just the utter clusterfuck shit so far. It's just really it's not her worst match, but I fear there will be like a botch come the finish. And just the crowd doesn't give a shit.
2 commercial breaks? This match needs 2 commercial breaks. Where it's in picture. Wow.
Yeah, and Britt just lost all that aura. Let's get into our here. I'm gonna get a little more hydrated here with this soda water.
Yeah, we need to refill
soda water here. It's clear, it's crystally, it's like pop, but it's water.
It's great. And then he chokes on it, Yeah, how is this match going through 2 commercial breaks? This match did not need to be this long. Like, there's for no reason.
No.
And the crowd hasn't moved. Everybody's just sitting on their hands. People are talking, looking off to the side at different things. People on their phones. Oof.
Babies are sleeping, not in the air. Okay, guys, it is time for our Sicko segment of the night. So Tony Khan tweets out last week or over the weekend, revenge is best served with a staple gun. So he's like, promoting the staple gun shit, pretty ridiculous. So shout out Tony Khan, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
So Ibou,
oh god,
responds to some hate from Meltzer. Said what? Meltzer said what? Calls him out, calls him on his shit. And Ibou has a response. So this is going to be a very Ibou heavy segment here.
Elbow.
Wrestle purists and now Fightful. So Meltzer said what goes, what do you think your reputation in this community is? Fair and balanced? If this position serves as a reason for you to take your branded baseball cap off and stop pretending. And Elbow says, Walter Deadass should have quit when they presented him with Gunther. Now Gunther's one of the fucking GOATs, longest reigning IC champ of all time.
World heavyweight champion.
Elbow with a terrible fucking take. So then Meltzer said what follows up and goes, how about when you falsely accuse Triple H? TKO group, if Triple H is implicated in your findings as someone that was aware and complicit in assault, and you have to fire him and give Paul Heyman his job. Bro, you fucking with the Fed, Elboo? The Federation, son? The Federales? And this post was deleted, so Elboo fucking doesn't stand on that shit. And it's not like he got a fact wrong or misread something and tweeted out some shit. He was like, oh, my bad. I'll delete that so no one gets confused. It's not that he deleted it because that was some dumb, weird shit to say. Kevin Nash says Triple H would have left WWE if Vince McMahon didn't step down. So Nash is saying, dude, Triple H would have left if Vince didn't step down. Elboo goes, felt like an attempt at a dignified bow out. And then this guy goes, wait a minute, you called his heart problems a dignified bow out? And Elboo also made a joke. Here, look at this. Elboo goes, Triple H said he was in heart failure and at the 1 yard line in terms of almost dying. And he puts it in quotes, which is fine. He's quoting him. But just like to grossly say it like that with that smug prick fucking look on your face. And then also Elboo, he took a dig like at Triple H's heart problem, dude.
Yeah.
At one point, which I have in here. Like he actually, right here. I almost skipped over it. Yeah. So Elboo tweeted this out. His heart was like, and it's the Kevin Hart gif, man, where he's like looking around or whatever. Mm-hmm. And like, you're a piece of shit, Elboo. I don't care, bro. Like, fuck it. I'm done like tiptoeing around these pussies. Like you're a piece of shit.
Shut up, bitch. This is what I've been saying. I mean, it's zero surprise that he was hired by Fightful. They just employed the worst people. I mean, that Corey guy, everything we've seen about him, the 2K girls, I never know which one's which, but they're both awful, just terrible people. Good that Denise Salcedo's getting out of it. I'm not.
Yeah, she got out of there and it's like, I want to do Raw reviews. And then they hire Elboo to do their Raw review shows.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, what the fuck? And like, yeah, it's awesome. You hired the most he's literally says shit like, I could book NXT better. That's what Elboo says about the Federation, son. It's like, dude,
good was bad for wrestling. That was that's his stance. That was a recent post. Oh my god.
And this guy thinks he could book NXT better. He thinks WWE getting good is bad for wrestling. Like it's literal delusion and not like, oh, delusions of grandeur. Like, no, man. No, this is some fucking goober action, bro. And he's gonna review Raw. Yeah, that'll be great.
Right.
You know?
That'll be
and here's the thing, it's not because they might be like, oh well, Phil, you're just trashing AEW a bunch. Yeah, but here's the thing, it's gonna be dishonest bullshit. That's the difference. Like Mina Shirakawa's on TV right now, and I'm like, dude, Thirstcast, eyes glued. Harley Cameron, eyes glued. Let's go. The only reason worth watching AEW, Mina Shirakawa's back on the screen, right? I'll give it a big W when they put her on the screen. This backup Hangman guy is gonna literally sit there and be like, what dumb people will tell you is that NXT is good, but actually it's really bad right now, and I know because racism. That's all he's gonna do. He's a fucking clown, dude.
You're the first person to try to put things over when AEW does. Like even when you know it won't end up being well, you want them to be good. There's a big difference. You bag on it when it's shit. He tries. Everything with WWE.
Yeah, and like when it's good, like right now, Mina and Harley were just shaking their titties.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm all about that. We're bringing sexy back here at PWT.
Yeah.
I told y'all that. We're bringing sexy back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, there's a big difference.
Yeah. So
you hate what's bad.
Elboo says this was a completely fair opinion in January of 2022. In June 2021, the majority of WWE's cruiserweight division was released. On August 2021, the bottom half of the entire existing NXT roster was released. More took place later in that year. On January 5th of that 2022, WWE released William Regal, Ace Steel, Road Dogg, Scott Armstrong, Dave Kapoor, Ryan Katz, Timothy Thatcher, Daddy Birch, Dickens, and Duke, Bubba Joe, Nelson Thatcher. NXT was completely rebranded into 2.0 and under the supervision of John Laurinaitis. 205 Live was canned. Bro, we fucking know all this shit, bro. We know. We fucking know.
You were there, buddy.
All right. Leg slapping was banned on the main roster. It's a good thing. And Keith Lee was turned into Bearcat. Yeah. Before being fired weeks later. Pete Dunne was called up and turned into Butch, the mute, angry cabbie that was Sheamus's little friend. Butch got over.
Yep.
Butch is more over than Pete Dunne is again right now being Pete Dunne again. How about that for a hot take? Everyone wanted him to be Pete Dunne again. Now no one gives a fuck. When Butch was Butch, he was over as fuck. So again, you're just wrong about everything, Ibou. Angry cab, whatever. Adam Cole was set to be a bald manager with a new name had he stayed in WWE. Yeah, Triple H wouldn't have let Vince do that, bro. I say all of this to say Triple H's vision was given a massive vote of no confidence in 2021, and Vince McMahon worked tirelessly throughout the entire year to dismantle anything that was proven powering Levesque's vision. From talent to coaches to writers. Walter had zero allies with main roster brain trust, and it's the only reason why he stayed in the UK as long as he did. How do you know, bro? Did you talk to him? Like, I had every reason to believe that with a new name in this uncanny valley setting that he was a lamb being led to slaughter. It happened to everyone else like him. Yeah, sure, bro. I mean, you're just babbling, you know? Just filibustering about all this shit. So, moving along, that was Ibou's little shit right there. Little shit tantrum. He'll pop up more throughout this show. Sickos, Darby Allin, superstars, just a stupid term. So we covered that. Meltzer said what? This was Ibou's thing that we fucking just read.
Yeah.
So moving along. AIR Gold posts, I really hope Tony Khan finds something for Rey Fenix to do in AEW. By using Phoenix on TV, TK can show other wrestlers in AEW that if he ever does add injury time to a contract, it's not to be a bitch, but because he wants to use it. Yeah, it's because he doesn't want to use him. You dummy.
Dummy, yeah.
Scully Vibes for $2 says Leo Rush looking like a midget Bowser.
The jacket. Now
He's looking like a Koopa Troopa in World 8. They got the fucking spikes on there. Jeepers, man. Yeah, it is what it is.
It is.
No, I don't know. They're featuring Leo Rush a lot. I wonder if the filibuster would be your finisher, bro. 100%.
Yes.
That's a great one. The filibuster.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I call the fucking burning hammer, dude. The filibuster. Okay, so yeah, he's not using Rey Fenix, AR Gold. You're a fucking idiot. Moving along. So Dijak, bro, calls out this fucking geek, Real One. Big bodies him. So let's check this out. So the whole thing that we covered it on the show, MLW's like, yo, we're doing much like in 2024, you know, the pop-up restaurants and all those things. This is a great concept. An Eric Bischoff's one-shot. He books and produces this episode of MLW. They've done other specials like this, you know, and so it's a great concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
Eric Bischoff's first move as executive producer for MLW One Shot is a huge one, and he books Matt Riddle versus Donovan Dijak, two former WWE guys doing their thing. And Real One goes, Bischoff, where's the story, bro? Where's the story, right? So then Dijak quote tweets this fool and goes, I've been calling out MMA fighters in MLW, including Riddle by name, literally every time. My manager, MSL, also carries sacks of open contracts, and we call them all cowards for not accepting. But you don't actually watch the show, so why would I give a fuck about your opinion of it? Boom! Roasted, toasted, burnt to a crisp, baby. For real. He doesn't even watch the shit, just talking dumb shit. And exactly, he's calling out MMA dudes. They have the open contract thing. It's hilarious. Real One just gets fucking cooked, as he does. As he always forever will.
As per usual.
Yeah. And I think there's even one more. Oh, he goes, nobody is watching MLW. That's what fucking this goober Real One says, just coping. Oh, nobody's watching it. Bro, they cook AEW on fucking YouTube if they went head to head. No, maybe not. I'm talking shit now, but Yeah, that's just hilarious. I love watching when wrestlers cook these goobers. It's the funniest shit of all time. So moving along, all these people who blocked me, I can't get their shit out of my bookmark. Hamlin Hearts Wrestling says, I wouldn't believe this dude even if he was banging my grandma. Okay.
What?
Wrestling Mark 16 says, I paid for a year, yeah, but I've made about $1,300 in the last 4 months. So well accounted for. Now go fuck yourself, you weird little boy. So yeah, this guy's coping. Wrestling Mark. He made 13 hundo by grifting in 4 months off of this fucking account on X. So that's all I'm saying. When you see real ones saying dumb shit like, dude needs gas or whatever. Ibou legitimized this comic strip. So earlier in the show, we watched Awful's comic strip. Tell me about yourself. I retweet Tony Khan's posting, you're hired, and then Ibou takes another huge L, and he responds to Meltzer said what? Says like, hey, do you see that guy who angles for a job with Tony Khan daily and acts like an AEW fanboy and constantly hates on WWE? That's who we should get to review WWE content on our site. Exactly. And then Ibou goes, if I wanted a job in AEW, I could simply reach out to any of my numerous friends within the promotion or ask Tony Khan directly. You're either a fucking moron or unfamiliar with my content if you boil my takes down to AEW fanboy that constantly hates on WWE. Ibou, that's what you and your ilk boil my shit down to. That's what people are going to do because we do it based on your tweets, right? And you could call any of your friends. I know MJF gets on your little live stream and gets his girlfriend a job. And I fucking know that, you can get Daniel Garcia that no one wants to see pushed. You can get you a fucking little job, bro. I don't believe that, though. And you could just ask Tony Khan directly. Oh, really, Ibou? Fucking moron, huh? Oh, really, Ibou? Fucking moron. Really? You just call up Tony Khan and get his attention and get him to fucking give you a job? Really? Is that why this fucking photo and video that I'm about to pull up exists right here when I find it, but the bookmarks
there
run deep?
is.
Is that why this happened right here, buddy? Is that why this happened right here? Where you stuck your fist out? This is why Ibou blocked me, because I laughed at this video. Sticks his fist out. Tony looks right
It's like that
past him.
Simpsons episode.
It's like one of those movies where like the guy's walking down the hallway in high school and the hot girl's like waving and he's like, oh, me? And then fucking it's like, no, the guy behind you. He literally walks past Ibou, doesn't bump him. He's like smiling. Oh, man. And he's just staring at him, heartbroken. Look at the last panel. Devastated, destructed. He brought his friend and was like, yeah, I know Tony Khan, bro. Fucking walked right by him, bro. One of the goatest pictures ever. We're leaving that right there. There's a video version, too, we're going to watch. Oh, really? You just call up Tony Khan? Give him a fist pump? Huh? Jesus, bro. These guys never fucking cease to amaze me. So Tony Khan's childhood friend is mad. Oh, no. Oh, no. So this BJ Bethel tweets. BJ Bethel tweets. My bad. Said BJ. I don't know that happened. But this guy, I guess, is Tony Khan's friend, is a lifelong friend, I guess. I don't know. This guy goes, there are many days I want to throw my phone in the river and spend my free time playing guitar, engaging my kids in their interests or relaxing, something I haven't done since 2006. Instead, I'm on the radio this morning, writing until 4 a.m. last night, something. Why is this? Because God decided to take the collective sum of hacks and genetically experiment with the worst of wrestling fans to create the disaster known as the wrestling media.
Oh,
okay.
Lord.
So he just went off.
What?
So here's this sicko. I was tagged by LC Killer. Thank you for this. And he said, I found this sicko on Blue Sky. And yeah, this guy posts on the Blue Sky app, proud AEW sexual. And it's like a picture of Caillou or something. And this guy's like, me as fuck. You sick bastard. You sick freak.
You what?
Super chat from You Ain't Hype for $2. He says, I know and see you botched. So you don't get the Jericho because you botched. I look and see it's not just me. Yeah, dude, you botched so it doesn't get played because you said I know and see. But that's all good, buddy. That's on you. So yeah,
That's
this
funny.
guy thirsting over Caillou or something, being like, "Yeah, proud AEW sexual." I don't think Caillou watches AEW, bro. I don't think he's old enough. So Nick Aldis goes, "It is my honor and privilege to introduce the Women's United States Championship." James Ellsworth goes, "A new women's title. It would be horrible if someone messed it up for everyone." Yeah, it would be, bro. You're fucking. Oh god. And then Real One goes, "Oh my god, KO did a pile driver, crazy AEW." And then yeah, he does a butterfly pile driver. You know, it's an double underhook Canadian destroyer. You know what I'm saying? Fletcher does. That's like his new finish. And it just shows how much this Real One guy's a fucking geek, or anyone who thinks like this is a geek. It's like, yeah.
Say, this is not something to be proud of.
No, not at all. But this move is cool as shit. But like, yeah, it's not. You're not flexing on anyone, bro.
Yeah.
So Dijak quote tweeted Real One, who's like, who's saying shit like, nobody's watching MLW. And then Dijak goes, "So your entire identity is guy who comments on wrestling and you don't watch wrestling." Sounds about right. Fucking baked them. Lydian Pixel Art for $5 says, "I void out Hype's request."
The best guys, Tony Khan.
You what? Yo, Chad, if you want some Jericho, can I get a... Yeah, let me hear you say yeet. Plenty's like, hell nah, we ain't playing that shit.
No yeet fight. Causing a bloodline civil war in the chat.
Yeah, Dijak baked him, bro. That shit's hilarious. So Sean, or more on Elbu. So Pro Wrestling Counselor says Elbu knew Triple H was on his deathbed more than 2 years before calling for him to be fired for something he couldn't even account for since he was on his deathbed at the time. Jesus. Triple H voted against Vince coming back and was willing to leave. Elbu also called dying from heart issues a dignified bow out for Triple H. This is who, pardon me, Fightful hired. And yeah, we saw all of this. Just this disgusting Elbu failure of a fucking guy. And then this guy goes, LOL, what? Normal, not a grifter, not toxic, making the justified hate against about race. If anything, he makes black wrestling fans look bad with the crazy and vile shit he says. So here's Real One going, hating on Elbu is crazy, LMAO. He's a normal guy that has genuine conversations about wrestling and talks about it on here podcasts. He isn't a grifter and he isn't toxic. I don't get where the hate comes from. Man, if Real One and them are the guys coming to your defense, you fucked up. Like, that's not the people you want coming to your defense. And
Seriously.
Like, literally comes from being positive about AEW's existence. Nothing else. Think how MAGA just jumps on anyone being positive about the other side. Same thing. They always make it about conspiracies and MAGA and shit. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. And then
every side does that. That's the whole point. That's why those things are cults, and that's why you're a cult. Like, that's the whole point. Like, but of course they can't see it. They have zero. They just, self-awareness. They got none. Just none.
This guy goes, jealousy. They hate that a black man knows his pro wrestling. Well, yeah, I mean, that's Pro Wrestling Counselor is a black dude, I'm pretty sure, man. So, like, this is just all
a black dude. He seems to know
just all dumb fucking. So then why are you mad at Awful? Because he's a black dude who doesn't like AEW? Like, you guys are idiots, man. Elbu goes, do I address WWF Counselor today or do I leave it alone? And then he goes, what's there to address? They are your words. Exactly. There's nothing to address, Elbu. You could apologize, take accountability. Here's what nobody does anymore. Take fucking accountability for shit. Jesus Christ.
How
So
would they do
Sean
that?
Wrong Sapp hops on Blue Sky and goes, if you're so obsessed with a wrestling writer, you're doing this. We know you're a loser, bro. Sap, you're not allowed to talk because you fucking, in my DMs, sent me a bunch of people's tweets that liked the tweet that I posted that I don't even follow or didn't follow, that I don't even know or have nothing to do with. And we're like, look at what he said to me, or this one, or this one. Like, you have them banked up, and it's like, dude, you don't have the right to say this shit. And
Dude,
he always goes,
vanity
"You're so obsessed."
searches.
And then I fucking said to Sean, I'm like, dude, we're not obsessed with you, dude. We're obsessed with the shit you report. And then all of his little dumb fuck minions are like, oh, you're obsessed with wrestling?
Yeah.
Sean Ross Sapp owns a wrestling news company, bro. Yes, we all are, you fucking idiots. We're wrestling sycophants. We're in the IWC. Yes. Yes. Like, that's not a bad thing, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, what the fuck? And you're not? You clearly are. If you're defending Fightful, you're fucking you're a mark like me, dude. Bill S. Marks, bro. Like
the
you're a
Thyroid
smart mark,
Mafia,
and-
man.
Dude, it's so stupid. It's not about any of that to these people. It's just think like me. Think like me or else. Agree with this or else we're going to blue sky. And if you don't like it, you're obsessed and a loser. And look at all these tweets that other people sent me. It's like, what does this have to do with me, man? Fuck. We know you're a loser, bro. Yeah. So this guy goes, or Sapp originally said, like, I hope this platform never becomes monetized. I understand the usefulness of blah, blah, blah. I think I have it up there. But this unpaid critic says, dude literally has a Twitter account monetized and calls other people engagement farmers for copying his work. He literally employs freaks as Fightful employees. And then, yeah, unpaid critic goes, you falsely accused and branded a person as a SX offender to ruin his life. You are the real loser and fraud. Yeah, that was fucked. Sean will never live that down either. Because that was fucked to do. And it didn't go away. Every time that guy posts, there's some fucking idiot calling him a PDF. And that's what we tried to all warn him and tell him. We're like, bro, no, you need to fucking do something about this. I'd do it, man. Call me a fucking P3DO and see what happens, bro. Especially because I'm like an actual outlet at this point, as far as like not actually dissing news, but like comedy or commentary, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, see what the fuck I do, bro. I don't play that shit. That's some fucking you'd be putting 40K up real quick. I'll put it up. So Neckbeards goes, I guess SmackDown and NXT don't count. High IQ. And AIR Gold posts AEW last week, 10 minutes 40 seconds. Raw last night, 17 minutes 47 seconds. So all of AEW last week had less women's wrestling than just Raw. And AIR Gold, here's the thing, guys. AIR Gold does this half like baiting because he's literally grifting to get, to milk $800 off this app every month to pay his rent. That's what he's doing. I'm letting you all know this, okay? That guy's such a dead scene. Like, it's not even interesting. Like all those people when Awful was on that thing and he debated AIR Gold and they're all freaking out like, oh, this is the biggest thing. I'm like, bro, no. AIR Gold goes in there. He has nothing to say of substance. He has no real anything because it's not about that for him. He watches fucking WWE too. He watches it all. He clips it all. The whole thing is just, I wouldn't be shocked if he also had a WWE Stan account and we all just haven't figured out which one
it is.
Bro, yeah. And he's just doing this to milk the monies. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. So
pay the bills. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised in the least.
Yeah. That's I don't know. I spoke to him directly, and that's my interpretation. George Capture for $5 says, I stand proud with Plinian.
What? You what?
No Jericho? Oh, come on now, George. That's not very fair. Stack your chips up against other gentlemen in the chat who want to hear the youth gone wild. Love you, George. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Appreciate everything you do behind the scenes too, and everything you do.
George is the man.
The top mod of the top pod for sure. The buck stops with George, and in the Discord, the buck stops with Lincoln though, because he's one of the most active in there, and he knows what's up. So he's a mod or an admin there in the PWT Discord, guys. Make sure you jump up in there. But yeah, Neckbeard's doing what he does best. So this guy goes, Randy Orton received the safest looking pile driver in history and needs to be stretchered out. Meanwhile, Mariah May received a pile driver on the steel steps at All In, was busted open, and fought valiantly through the pain to become a world champion. And I just tweeted out, like, bro, this is why wrestling's dead. Like, people defending
head that she gets right now.
Wait, Tony Storm!
Like this! On the steps! Rolling the ring! Hit her right now!
Like, this is why people don't care about moves and don't care about AEWs, because everything's buried. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I quote tweeted this, though, and it's like, this is why wrestling's dying. And then they quote tweeted me and were like, look at the card I pulled, and like showed a picture of their Pokemon card, and I was like, nice. But yeah, that's just dumb shit. Glenn Gilberti tweets out, so Fightful hired another internet mark with no credibility. On point, I guess. Oh,
Disco.
oh
Well done, buddy.
God. That's amazing. You just fucking cooked him, dude.
Just one, 2 sentences, destroyed them completely.
So
get out
No
now,
Jelly
guys.
Donuts replied to me and Scully, and put the Sickos thing. The ha 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 ha. Yes. We're gonna use that in the next video. So Ref MJ from NJ says totally normal and rational rhetoric from a Tony Khan and AEW fan, and people wonder why AEW has turned off so many people that might consider giving it a chance. So at Winter Weather says Triple H is a fucking terrorist. I don't even know if I can say that on YouTube, sorry. But Peps Wrestling goes, his match against Swerve is going to be Bobby Lashley's first pay-per-view one-on-one match in over 18 months. His last one was against Brock Lesnar at Elimination Chamber 2023. And like Triple H is a terror. He was also hurt, bro. Lashley got hurt in that time. Yeah, so it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. And yeah, man, get over it. And to say he's like a terror, whatever, why?
A terrorizingist.
Yeah, terrorizer. Terrorizing, to say he's terrorizing. Yeah. You know what I mean?
There it is.
To say Triple H is terrorizing is just ridiculous, because he did use Bobby. Now, I mean, he didn't use him as prominently, and I do think Triple H was like thinking of getting rid of him quick. Because he's like a Vince guy or whatever, but
and that contract was out of control. For like it was massive money for less dates, and it's like.
And I know people are like, oh, only E-drones will say, oh, people should work more for more money and shit, but they are pro athletes, so it's like LeBron James, bro. Like when LeBron signs this big ass deal, and then they had to put a clause in the NBA where it's like the stars of these teams can't take off all the fucking road games they don't want to go to, where like they would be an attraction. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, they put that in place. So someone in chat can explain it better than I can, but you know, like the star players, people come to see stars and stuff like that, man, and it's part of being in the league that you're in is like playing when you, I don't know, man, you got to grind it. I don't know.
That's a good point.
Motherfuckers play 82 games a year and then the playoffs, and some dudes will play the whole fucking season no problem. And it's like, yeah, you're an entertainer, bro. You're getting paid this incredible sum of money, especially if you're a Lashley. Like, yeah, we want to see you work more. You know, it's just that simple. But I'm not mad at Lashley for going to AEW, but like to call Triple H terrorizing is quite crazy. Big Boom AJ of the Costco guys is currently the number 1 ranked wrestler of all time on Cage Match.
You what?
And that's a shoot.
Shut the site
But
down.
He did lose the ranking. He did lose the ranking, though. But yeah, for a moment there, I don't even know if he's ever had a match, so I don't know how that happens. Tech Source X says, and he actually thought the allegations would stop. And this is what we were talking about earlier. So this is the guy that that Corey Brennan dude in SRS tried to fucking DOX and tried to accuse of doing stuff, right? Little Chris Hansen, right? And so this guy goes, once again, showing how poor of a booker Tony is. He wants all of his cruiserweights to look like Brock Lesnar. A fair criticism. Everyone should be allowed to make that criticism. And then this guy goes, wrestling is fun. This guy's handle is fun wrestling. Like, wrestling is fun. And he goes, you're a PDF file, dude.
Jesus.
He just says it to this guy, you're a PDF file.
And that was what was that 5 days ago? God, poor guy.
Oh man, that is so, and it'll never go away now. You know, it's so sad, man. I can't even imagine doing that to somebody, dude. This is why I make fun of you motherfuckers, because you align with people who think it's okay to put this out there in the world, and people like wrestling is fun who can't handle an AEW criticism and calls people PDF file. Fuck these people, man. We're not standing back silent anymore.
No,
chat. No, we're not doing it. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. So Ricochet had another meltdown. Now this turned out to be fake, actually.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. This actually turned out to be a fake meltdown. So, yeah, he already deleted. Apparently he was hacked, or these were faked, but we'll read them. So King Ricochet says, it's really funny to me how a lot of people used to love me under the tutelage of WWE, but the moment I jump ship to another company, they turn their backs on me. Like, why? I don't get it. I'm still the same fucking person I was in and outside of the WWE. Who the fuck are you? This app is so filled with the most brain-rotted dumbasses, WWE shills, that I'm seriously considering leaving this shit app. Like, the toxicity can't be good for any of you, especially to those who constantly harass my wife. So anyways, for this cretins who randomly started opposing me, hell, even the people that supported me all throughout, no matter what, go fuck yourselves. I don't trust any of you. Like, God forbid I want to expand my horizons and try other things. Yeah, I really shouldn't care about others' opinions, but like, this shit tilts me in a way that I can't describe. It's like some Joker bullshit. I used to wrestle, to be honest, random TBH independent scene, before I signed a blood deal with Vince. I was universally beloved before and after I signed. So what changed? AEW? You can say AEW is a stain on the industry all you want, but this is the company that has actually accepted me as I am, a professional wrestler, and the best at that. You used to fucking simp for this woman on a regular basis, but now that she wants to go do her own thing, she's this big evil woman. When the most evil of men constantly sexualize her on here and on Instagram. Before she constantly thirst traps. Fuck off, LMAO. You fall for them. No, but that's a dumb thing too for people to go, you fall for the thirst traps. No, bro. They push that shit in the algorithm and then it's all over my feed. So I don't fall for shit. There's just your wife's booty in my fucking face. And I never asked for it, for real. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so fucking own your own shit. But it's not even like he even said this. Apparently this is fake. So who knows if he got hacked?
I don't think they're actually married. I think they're still just engaged. That way,
right? But you still, like, I'm not married to my girl. I call her my wife. You know? We've been fucking like 10 years. We've been together.
Right?
Like,
That's a good point.
So.
But yeah, no, that seemed fake because that seemed like too much of a meltdown. Because he doesn't seem to be like posting just posts like that. His meltdowns have been responses to specific people, at least from what I've seen. I don't know.
So yeah, I don't know. Apparently he deleted. I don't know if that shit's real. Samantha came out. I probably have it bookmarked where she's like, "These are fake," etc. Let me see.
The fact that it's even debatable, though, is an issue. Like,
it's an issue, yeah.
You should be able to see that and immediately go, no chance. There's no way he would do that. But
Ricochet says, ha ha ha, this is fake. So someone photoshopped it, or he got hacked, or he posted it, deleted it, and is trying to just claim they're fake. Who knows? That's very conspiratorial of me. I just want to, Samantha quote tweets Pro Wrestling Counselor and says fake tweets. And shout out Counselor for his good work too on some of this stuff. Here was Samantha saying it reads like someone who isn't even Rico because he never wrote these. Fair enough. And I tweeted at her and I was like, I'll let people know these are fake on my show. I was like, but stop responding to us. Stop responding to us. And she doesn't need to take my advice, but just trust me. Like, there's nothing good ever comes of mixing it up with us fucking marks.
Right? Just leave us alone. Yeah.
Like, just make like Tony Khan greeting Ibou and just leave him alone. Leave us hanging. You know what I mean?
Reminds me of that Simpsons episode with Ralph Wiggum. You can see the exact moment where his heart breaks.
That's what it is, dude.
It's exactly that.
Here's a crazy fucked up spot that I just wanted to bring to the sickos. Look at this. So this guy goes off the ladder, hits like glass or something. I have no idea. That's like paralyzed, dude. I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Just don't do
that.
I
want to make you move.
He's going to be lucky if he's able to move after that. Jesus Christ. Oh,
so TechSource X says, I'm sorry, Sean, but what would it matter if Unpaid Critic did or didn't reveal a picture of himself? That's a weird thing to request a man to do. Are you going to make sure that his photo is posted here, whether he likes it or not? Man, I get it. people attack you left and right, but this is just unethical behavior. Well, this is why he gets attacked left and right. For a guy who's supposed to be running a media publication. Exactly, man. Exactly. People can overlook it. Fine. I get it. Who cares in the grand scheme? But ask yourself this: why are the individuals running these wrestling media companies acting like this? And what is the purpose of wanting the guy to dox himself? Well, we'll show you, because Awful did some Social Blade numbers, and they're the complete opposite of PWTs, and that's why these guys are going so hard. And it's literally a bully culture. It's fucking bow down, do as we say, accept what we say is okay, walk like us, talk like us, act like us, and then everything's okay. You have to like AEW. You can't be a federales. You have to fucking you have to agree with my news, even if it's wrong, and I have to do a retraction later that nobody sees. The retraction's never as big and loud as the fucking original story. But yeah, dude. So Tech Source goes, people can overlook it. Fine. I get it. Who cares? Oh, I read that. And the doxing shit is stupid all over wrestling news. Oh, he called me a creep. Who cares? I've said it before, dude. You put yourself out there as like a celebrity. You got to be able to deal. I got to deal with Moose Knuckle asking me for fucking feet. You understand? Like, bro, it comes with the fucking territory. Okay. You got to fucking.
Yeah.
You got to, it's fun to have fun, as Lincoln Hawk would say for $2.46. It's fun to have fun. That's great.
This is why I had to mute the word Fightful, because there was 2 different or maybe 3 different times where he clearly got his people. Like, he came after me and had, like you said, he had 2 different tweets. Like, he knew it, and none of it ever tagged him. He had definitely had vanity search and had stuff ready. And I'm just like, I'm done. So I just muted the entire word Fightful. So I never have to see any of it. I don't post about it. Like, he's crazy. I don't need that in my life. Just literally insane behavior.
Yeah, I laid off Sean for a while. I laid off the whole even Fightful clan for a while. I was like, but then they just kept fucking up. It's like, and then now Ibou is joining the ranks. And Salcedo left, the one person who I'm like, I like Denise. She's all right. I get her purpose. I know a lot of people find it. Yes, she's asked some dumb, cringe questions, of course. You know what I mean? Like, yes, she's trying to get her clicks too and do the damn thing. But like, I like her. Boom, she leaves. There you go. Listens to PWT. Yeah. Denise, you're welcome on anytime. Anyways, so Sean Rossap goes, I know this guy is pretty stupid, but I've put literally every dime I've made on Twitter either into title belt giveaways or charity. LOL. Prove it.
Right.
Prove it. Yeah. And like, no, okay, good for you. That's really good for you. Awesome. It doesn't negate the fact that you still have a monetized Twitter. And everything Unpaid Critic is true. That said is true. You know what I mean? There's nothing he said that isn't actually true. It doesn't matter if you give the money away. It just doesn't matter at the end of the day.
No difference.
Yeah. In fact, I'll match whatever my payout is this month to the charity of Unpaid Critics choosing if he posts an actual picture of himself. So again, Sean is obsessed with doxing people, obsessed with Unpaid Critics doing his goddamn thing, and he's like, I'll double it and do the payout to a charity of his choice. Now, I don't believe he would actually do it. I don't actually believe Sean would follow through. Maybe he would. But what does that do for Sean? What do you gain from that? Oh, a charity gains something from you putting someone in an uncomfortable situation. This is like it's like sociopathy. It goes beyond, like, if I was a chick, I wouldn't want to date you, bro. Because it's that's some weird, like, I'm above you shit. It's gatekeepy, it's weird, it's cringe. Why? Just because he calls you out and doesn't like you, but you do the same thing to people and it's not okay. And you save them all up and you're ready to go. And this is why the same energy's coming back towards you, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I give people the benefit of the doubt a lot of the time. Like, Fightful says something, I don't just bury Fightful. I go, yeah, Fightful said this, and we talk about it. You know what I mean? Dave, we fucking laugh at everything, but even him, I'll say when he's right. And I'm not the arbiter of truth, but I try to be as objective as possible. That's all I can do. I'm easily persuaded as well, right? And the difference is, man, and people still fuck with me too, and you got to roll with the punches, but you cannot fucking do this to people, like demand people do things or else. Like, that's where it gets gross. That's where it gets gross. I don't know if I'm verbalizing this correctly, because it's like, what more can I say that I haven't said on this show over the last however hundreds of episodes of fucking things I've done? But yeah, it's just not fair. This is like a bullying tactic as well.
Sure.
And Sean might go, well, he's doing it to me. I get it,
matter.
bro. But
He's a nobody.
Yeah, he's a nobody. Like, and we don't mean like we're all nobodies, you know? Sean's a fucking nobody in the grand scheme of fucking the universe. He's a grain of salt, you know?
Yeah.
He's the grain of whatever in a crusty dude's ass. But what I'm saying is, like, what you're doing is you have a platform, bro, where you, like, wrestlers come and talk on your platform and all of this. It's crazy to me that people think PWT might be taboo to come on, but Fightful they're cool with, when this is what this guy does. Like, I might call people dumb fuck or dildo, but I'm not, like, trying to ruin people's lives or make them uncomfortable, bro. And that's what you're doing. And you have this huge voice and you're able to gatekeep, and it's pretty fucking weird. You know, I give everyone a fair shake over on PWT, baby. You know, Ibou, I'm just reading Ibou's shit. All I'm doing, bro. I'm just reading your guys' shit. I'm not making things up and to get mad at you. I'm not fake doxing the wrong person who I got the wrong info on just because you talk some shit about me. You don't have to go to that level, bro. I'll just read your shit and let chat decide and give you my opinion. It's that simple. You go on your show and read my shit and let chat decide. Let them say what they're going to say, but don't make things up about. And I've heard behind the scenes, I have friends, I've mutuals with Sean, and he's said shit, DM'd like, oh, he's a fucking perv and all this shit. He doesn't know me. You don't know me at all. Do that shit publicly, bro. See what the fuck happens, man. And try some PDF file shit or go public. Like, bro, it's just getting ridiculous, man. Just focus. And then for these same people, remember too, these are the same people who are running off to the Blue Sky app to be a place of positivity and where we don't have to deal with the toxicity. But then Sap comes back over on Twitter and then responds and fights with this fucking dude who's just clearly some mark, bro, who's nothing. Like, you don't have to worry about this guy. Imagine the tweets Don Lemon gets. I always use that. Like, who were one of these news guys? Tucker Carlson, Anderson Cooper. They get called like Illuminati. Like, they get called crazy shit, bro. They get called like all that stuff.
Lizard people, like everything.
Lizard people and all that type of thing. The black helicopters, they get called crazy shit, man. Every day. And they're not responding, and that's what you are, because you position yourself that way, bro. You're the fucking news. I'm not that. I'm a clown. I just make jokes, pie in the face. You know what I mean? We thirst cast. We have a little fun. So you're not going to hold me to the same standard. You're not going to hold me to the same standard as you. You know, call me out for my jokes being bad and shit. Don't call me out for. Say you're annoyed by the soundboard. I get people in my comments all the time. Oh, the show would be better without the soundboard. Too bad. We're going to talk shit and play flutes, buddy. That's what we do here. Sorry. You know? So if, I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Right?
And I'm not trying to make this about SRS and fucking PWT either. It's not about that. But what it is about is just, like, I'm trying to contrast. Like, I'm trying to give you an example because I can relate to Sean in that. Like, I put myself out there, dude. And even on Twitter, Unpaid Critic, he puts himself out there. But look at how Unpaid Critic is stating this. He's stating just facts here. Nothing he's saying isn't facts. Sean is now backing him into a corner and doing it like, what, bro? You don't want to give money to charity? Like, that's like a weird bullying thing, bro. Like, that's weird.
Super weird. And
like, put a clown emoji, call him a dickhead, tell him he's fucking dumb and to fuck off. And then keep it moving. It doesn't have to be this extra. And the extra to bring it back to, like, we're not just going to hyper focus on this instance. Like, just recently you got off of the back of a failed fucking DOX buddy that we just looked up. We just saw on the show, man. People are still calling him PDF file, and he was cool with an apology. Some people aren't just going to be cool with an apology, bro. And, like, we want you to do better. That's why as well. You know, I used to love Fightful. Now I look at it so ickily, and it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong. It's like, it's gross to, like, say the word, you know, in your mouth. Whereas, like, for years, it was a publication you could definitely. It's so weird that like in 2024, the old guard like Meltzer and all of these gatekeepy YouTube weirdos, it's just changing. It's shifting. People want to consume wrestling content an entirely different way. You know what I mean? Steve for 350 says, "Real Quigbee, are you Elephant Graveyard Radio?" I keep getting asked.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
No, I am not Elephant Graveyard. Thank you for the 350. Real Quigbee, unless you want to wog me to my trug. And Axe J, if Esther goes both ways, then I don't know. But no, I'm not Elephant Graveyard. But shout out Elephant Graveyard, a brilliant channel, amazing work. And yeah, I made the joke earlier in the show. My editing would be better if I was Elephant Graveyard. I've been accused of being Zerka too. If you guys know that guy, he's like fucking. He's just such a shithead. And then I've the Mole as well. But I'm none of those people, dude. I'm just Philly Phil Marks. You know what I mean? Really, Philly really will, dude. Okay.
That's great. You've never even attempted to be anything else, but you're getting accused of those things. That's funny.
Yeah. So I get tagged by Master Taker 316. What says Phil? These mindless sheeps to the dirt sheet writers are running. Little do they know that some of us real wrestling fans are on the case, and it's just everybody's going and making Blue Sky accounts now, and it's funny. It is funny.
Go over there and be as toxic as possible.
And just sorry, the last thing I'll say about the SAP thing, okay? Sorry, because I should say this, and we have another like PWP Nation follows up, and he's like, "Oh, the gang of wacky freaks, whatever." I covered all that. I'm not even gonna do the insults. I just want to like say this because Sap will understand. Me and Sap had a moment publicly, where he was using like his fucking Cincinnati Bengals fan account to like argue with some dudes he had blocked in the wrestling community, right? But these dudes were like making fun of his I'm not even going to talk about it. He had a relative who passed away, right? I'll just say that. And they're making fun of that. And I responded to one of the tweets to SRS and I was like, "Yo, bruv, I know we don't fuck with each other, but like I just want you to know, bro, I'm not like that. I'm not roasting your relative who passed either. Cool. I don't get down like that, just so you know." And he sent me a tweet back and he's like, "I really appreciate that. Like I don't even want to, whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like,
a person meant more to me more than you know, or whatever." And I was like, okay, we're cool, you know? And so like, we're kind of cool. I eased off him and shit. And I just want Sean to understand, when you do this sort of thing, it feels like the thing that I showed you empathy for, you know, where I was like, dude, I wouldn't get down like that. This is the same thing, bro. So if you can relate it to anything, like people going after that, this is where you get to that territory where it's like, why are we getting weird over wrestling? You know what I mean? Like now we're just getting fucking weird, bro. And we're bringing in like people's morality and eat elbows over here, making fun of fucking people's heart conditions. And it's just silliness, man. It's just, we've gone into I don't know, just a silly situation, I guess. But moving along from that, sorry, I didn't mean to backtrack and go on to that again, but I just felt like I needed to say that. Yeah, just something like if you could relate it to anything, bro, it gets weird, right?
Yeah, no, I get you 100%.
Why? Let's not get weird, dude. You know that feeling.
This doesn't happen in like the Marvel. It doesn't happen in other communities. You're not seeing like people who like sitcoms getting like this. Like, yeah, it's weird. Wrestling's its own
Jimmy
weird
B for $5 says, "I just spent $20 on 2K just to get CM Punk with the This Fire Burns theme last time. I drink on my day off." Oh shit, dude, playing my faction. Oh my god, I just want to slam my head against a brick wall. Like, it is the most frustrating fucking mode ever. Try and unlock all these different persona cards. Like, I don't care about anything. I just want those persona cards. But yeah, that's dope. I could never get that Punk. That's the one. I got the bald one, where with like the yellow trunks, but not the one with the This Fire Burns theme. So good on you, Jimmy B. Way to get it done, man. Okay. Continuing along, let's see here. We got some. We got quite a bit more here. Okay. as I scroll through. Let me find my spot. So Awful Wrestling says the IWCNN took a hit last week. Both Dave and Sapp lost quite a few friends. Looks like sucking up to AEW and their fan base isn't a good long-term strategy. AEW fans aren't loyal to the product. Why the fuck would they be loyal to you? So yeah, I don't know. Look at Meltzer's like social blade, dude. So he is doing like, look, everything's down, down, down. Now, if you look at PWT's, it's the exact opposite. Now, provided I don't have 300,000 followers, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Or maybe this is his Twitter. I don't know. Maybe my Twitter's trending in the red too. But as far as like YouTube and that, I wouldn't be shocked if it looked the same. And yeah, here's SRS's Twitter. You know, people starting to lose credibility, but this is why I think they're going to bring Ibou on to do the Raw show, because I think they want him to be all salacious, like the way
controversial. Yeah,
your boy Phil goes after, you know, Dynamite. They want it to be something like that and to spice it up. And then I think so he's going to lean into the toxicity, if you will, because apparently I'm toxic and all that shit. But I think, you know, Elboo is much more toxic than I wouldn't make fun of someone's heart failures, that's for goddamn sure.
Or make up shit for your opinions to match an opinion to hate on something. Like if
I would have
but
I would have MJF in my live show though. But
anytime.
Yeah, I go there doubling down with dudes like Elboo 2 Dog, and then Sapp believes Elboo is cuter than Denise. Jesus. The roasty McRoastertons. So Neckbeard says, do I need to make a list of college athletes who became professional wrestlers since the 1940s? And this shit is so funny. Elboo going, Bryan Danielson and numerous people within AEW completely agree with me on this. It's alarming how many people think recruit college athlete and teach them how to wrestle is a WWE invention. No, I haven't seen one person say that anywhere. Am I in a bubble? I'm pretty sure. Fucking, I'm sitting there arguing with AEW Mole Exposer, and I follow the dude in the midst of the argument because it's like fucking, you know what I mean? I don't know, dude. I think I see it all. And yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't think I've seen anybody say it's a WWE invention, just that they've innovated. It's a WWE innovation, but I don't know, Elboo. Are you confusing words now or what? So borderline scary. No, because no one said that. This is shit you made up in your head, bruv. It's scary how wrestling, or pardon, it's scary. I'm dyslexic for a shoot.
They're doing it better than anyone ever has, but they're not doing anything. No one said that. I've never heard anyone say that. I was trying to think. I'm like, no. People are putting it over like it's a great idea.
They're the first people to do it, like in pro wrestling, to the level where they're like, they have a performance center.
And they're
which
not
is
just
true
for football players. They're going
they had
all
gyms
athletes.
before. They had training. They had the power plant. Sure, but there's nothing like the PC though. It's like in UFC. Oh yeah, people had gyms this whole time. Yeah, but there's nothing like the PI.
Right.
The performance institute. There's nothing like it. It's just like, oh yeah, in college they had a fucking workout room or whatever. In high school, okay, you get to that NFL level, bro. They have training facilities for the people.
Right,
Like, I don't know how we can't wrap our minds around. It is a modern thing for pro wrestling. Like we've never really had this before. Anyways, though, borderline scary. It's how wrestling has always done in every country, and a complex multi-million-dollar facility isn't necessary, nor did I suggest it. No one gives a fuck, Elboo, what you suggest, A, because it's an L, and B, why don't the wrestlers deserve a complex multi-million-dollar facility? Why is it not necessary for athletes to become the best they can be, Elboo?
Right?
Why is that not necessary for pro wrestling? For them to, even if they don't want to work in WWE, to meet Shawn Michaels and work out with the ladies there and bet on yourself after, or just, you know, what the fuck is wrong? I don't understand how you could try and spin that into a fucking negative. And yeah, bro, this is why people are like outraged that a dude is working with Fightful. It's like, really? You're going to double down on delusion?
This is why he's a WWE hater. Like you don't come up with this take unless you firmly just hate everything about WWE, because it's just completely asinine. It's insanity.
Just to hate too. Like I don't be hating on AEW just to hate on it. That's
no,
the thing.
God no.
No, and a lot of people don't be doing that. Awful is doing that, but other people,
but he's open. He admits it. He doesn't try to hide it.
And you got to. Some guy came under my post too and is like, "I'm 100% a tribalist for AEW." He's like, but they did
Respect.
fucking Starks dirty. And I responded, I was like, I respect you for owning
Absolutely.
that you rock with your team. I was like, first off, and
Right?
second off, yes, they did him so bad. But yeah, Elboo posts, so yeah, I'm in Fightful now. All right. You know, and then there's more on that, which we'll get to in a moment. But WrestleLamia posts some shit about let's see, because they be fucking up all the time too.
Yeah, that channel got super weird. There was a time where they were a pretty good channel, but you know, I feel like they went from WrestleLamia to WrestleLamia.
Yeah, I always called it WrestleLamia. I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't know. I always call it Lamia too.
So Bubba Ray Dudley has signed a Legends deal with WWE. Bully goes, myself and Devon have had Legends deals for over a year now. You fucking tool bag. He just crushes them there, dude.
This is not news.
Ref MJ from NJ says death threats in broad daylight from the Sickos. These are Tony Khan fans. This is the stuff they say to win online debates about pro wrestling. Yep, 36 months and there will be no more AEW. The talent and employees can thank its fans like Abe from the Shy. And so Pro Wrestling Counselor gets, this guy says it will only be a great day. So Abe from the Shy says it will only be a great day when you leave this planet forever. Good day to you. To the counselor, man. And the counselor goes, all that because I criticized the TV show. If this is your feeling, you aren't ready for the real world. And then Abe goes, no, you dumb fuck. You enjoy torturing people who've never done anything to you. And you think because you have a few friends that you can bully people with, no pushback, not anymore. So shut the fuck up. Enjoy your show and you'll be fine. Be a bully and find out. Right. And that can go on both sides of the aisle. So I get why WWF counselor like triggers people, man. You know, he does go hard in the fucking paint. He's even said shit I disagree with, you know, but you just keep it moving. It's like, who gives a fuck? So yeah, I don't know. It's
the word
this
torture, like that's you're being tortured. Wow, that's
yeah.
If you feel like you're being tortured by whatever he's doing,
dude,
you're taking everything way too seriously, and you need to step back and see a therapist. Like legitimately, like no joke, no ha ha ha. Like seriously, figure it out.
So,
talk to somebody.
You ain't hype for $5 says wrestling glory days is gone. People get offended easily. Everyone wants Monday Night Wars energy, but cried when a wrestler. Dude, they cry when Maxine gets booed at a house show. They cry when fucking MJF throws the belt. They cry when people heel on Twitter. They fucking can't handle the truth. They can't, dude. They cannot handle what that would entail going back to that attitude era. You know, people get triggered by everything. They got triggered by fucking Carlito's joke. Oh, I got to learn Chinese. Yeah. Like, come on, that's funny, man. It kind of is. Like, he's a dumbass.
For what he was trying to do, it was in character. It was funny.
Yeah. Like, I didn't burst out loud, but it's like, I get why that's funny. You got to try a joke. You don't know if a joke's good if you don't try it. You know, you got to try it.
It wasn't, it wasn't that. It wasn't nearly as bad as people tried to make it out to be. Like, if they want, like, shout out to Wrestling Bios. That channel's amazing. Reliving the War is one of my favorite things on YouTube.
Oh, amazing. Yeah.
I watch every new episode. Yeah, but if you watch some of that stuff and you think of people now with Twitter and seeing what people would explode, but they want to go back to that. Until we went back to that, they'd lose their minds. No, that's like my favorite thing on YouTube. I love that show. So good.
Thank you for the snooper duper duper chat. So, so we got tagged in this. Kingslayer, shout you out. We're saving this one. This one's going into a video, and I like playing flutes. PWT. So until you tagged me in this, I didn't even read that part of it. I was like, oh, shit. Unpaid critic. Yeah, we already went through the SRS unpaid critic beef. And Glenn Gilberti responds again. He goes, he is owning you. Your takes are embarrassing to the Observer family. And he's saying this to Jim Valley, who's like king of L takes. And the reason he's saying this is because Bully, and in the title of the fucking episode, Bubba Ray Bullies Sickos, he gets into it with Jim Valley, dude. You know what I mean? So Jim Valley tweets out, he goes, tell me, what does beating Bully Ray in 2024 mean? I don't hate him. I just think, here, let's read this. He goes, I don't hate him. I just think he's more valuable making rare appearances. Wrestling is a young man's business. Don't be the old guy at the college party. Right? And then so Bubba fucking responds to this and bakes this Jim Valley guy. And I find this hilarious, man. And here's a guy with thick skin too, Jim Valley. Like, people go hard on him, and he doesn't like block people, or he no-sells shit when people go too hard or on him or whatever. So I don't know, guys.
I think he
Take the
just hits
approach
the mute
more.
button right away.
That's all you got to do. That's all
Yep.
fucking anyone's got to do, you know? But yeah, Bully Ray quote tweets it and goes, Jim, I made a save on a PLE and have been on TV 2 times in the past year, all within 3 weeks. How much more rare would you like? You're just mad a show I was lucky to be a part of came to your fave company's night and beat you in the ratings. Oh shit. Cry me a river, ratings god. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. It's happening. It's happening. Here we go. And then he goes, P.S. I'll even tag you so you can read all the responses, you mouth breather. Jim Valley. Then this guy goes, dude, stop. And then Bully Ray's like, shut your pie hole, toots. And then Valley goes, if this was about my favorite company, I'd want you to stay on TV. You were on this show, but it was the package that won the night. Ratings don't matter to me. This is about wrestling. I believe that it's better for the sport if you pivot your role. Your ego won't let you. Oh shit. They're going at it, man. This is hilarious, bro. Good stuff. And then yeah, he goes, Jim goes, another amazing promo. So like, yeah, he goes, another amazing promo. Boy, you're really owning me. Best promo in wrestling. You have your fans. I don't deny that. But I see over 100 likes on my initial post and people agreeing with me as well. Swear at me, call me names. I don't care. You're just reiterating my point.
100 likes. Ooh.
Fucking Jimbo. And then Glenn goes, he is owning you. Your takes are embarrassing to the Observer family. I mean, I don't even know. Dave's are so bad. I think that.
Right. I was just going to say, I'm like, can you embarrass the Observer family? I don't think that's possible.
So here's this girl, Danny Talks Wrestling, Dump Truck Danny. She's like a girl with an OnlyFans or something who loves pro wrestling, and she does like wrestling talk. And she goes, Dear Lawrence Benton, you've been successfully scammed for money by a catfish profile. No wrestling news source is going to report about what an idiot you are. Sincerely, Danny fucking Lee, who doesn't even advertise her own business, you idiot. So yeah, just one of these wrestling girls getting like this guy emailed this to AEW, like has their actual hello at All Elite to Wrestling News Co. Emailed it to these dirt sheets and shit, this random dude, and he's like, hey everyone, there's this nasty girl who SSDs for cash and wants to really get noticed in wrestling fandom. Let's help her achieve her dreams. After all, if you're a nasty hooker, you got if you're hooking, you got to fake what you do just like wrestlers. She also loves effing dogs, bro. Like woof woof. Like I don't know. It's hard out here for a lady in the IWC. That's all.
Yes.
It definitely deserves to be in the Sicko segment.
Wow.
So Ref MJ from NJ talks about Brandon Thurston and goes, I endorse Thurston's decision to become. Oh, this is crazy too, because like Ref MJ from NJ went crazy. So this Brandon Thurston fellow goes, Charles Gasparino reporting Linda McMahon highly likely to be nominated for U.S. Secretary of Commerce. And MJ from NJ quote tweets it and goes, I endorse Brandon Thurston's decision to become a political reporter. I will also offer to buy WrestleNomics for $250,000 if he wants to sell it to pursue his passion of reporting on Trump cabinet members. Let me know in the replies, Brandon. And then underneath, sorry to avoid confusion, this is a real offer, non-gimmick. And I was like, bro, you what? Give me $250,000. What the fuck? Shout out MJ from NJ, friend of the show. And
dude.
Yeah, they continue along. This is a very real and public offer to Brandon Thurston, tags him, who I think would be a great mainstream media reporter on politics. $250K for the brand, the scripts, and then this is where it gets too crazy. And under the condition he can never appear on a pro wrestling podcast or work with Post Wrestling. Again, all cash, 24 hours to reply with interest. I don't know. And then they break it down like 250. What kind of multiple are you offering? And then MJ breaks it down 3 times what I think the current run rate is. I think Brandon is pulling in 80 to 90K because he said as much recently in a show, and also because math 15,000 or 1,555 members of his Patreon, $5 a month annualized. You thought I didn't do the math, huh? Yeah, so if that's a real offer, that's crazy that you're actually offering it. Oh, yeah, you know what's crazy too? Though it seems like MJ threw that up there, and Thurston just kind of like saw it, but then just like decided to look past it and keep going, kind of like Tony Khan did when Ibou tried to shake his pen there. I know I'm reaching here now, but Heel Uzi says, "Look, chat, I made it again. How many times is this now? They sure love Heel Uzi," and I'm sure he's referring to this show. I think, I don't know, but here's Heel Uzi again. And the other company makes a joke out of the pile driver. WWE just made it mean so much. Wrestle Cringe goes, "You don't have to keep telling me the other company has way cooler matches. I already know." So these guys love just getting triggered, man.
I swear they look to complain. They look to bitch.
Yeah. Here's Ibou. He joins Fightful. The circus adds another clown. Is what I said. So Sam Roberts, a bunch of dirt sheets were posting because, again, some idiot posted one thing and then everybody runs with it. And it was like they deleted. So I don't even know what it said. I forget. But it was like Sam Roberts says, apologies, but I saw this here. So this tweet was in kayfabe. So if you said this in kayfabe, there's nothing like bad faith here. Liv Morgan herself claims she has retired Becky Lynch. And then Robert goes, "How about you source your own shit and listen for yourself and go with that Wrestle Tracker?" And it was just some shit about like Liv Morgan, or Sam says Liv is some shit about Becky. I don't fucking know. But yeah, he called them out. Everyone deleted. And look at how they go, "Sorry, but I saw here which had your quotes." No, the answer is, "I'm so sorry. This was unless you were being a dick," right? But no, you're a real outlet, and you go, "I'm so sorry. I misinterpreted kayfabe. My
right,
bad."
I got worked.
And then this guy just goes like, "If you said this in kayfabe, there's nothing like bad faith in here." Liv herself claims she. Stop trying to justify it. Just be like, "Yo, my bad.
I got worked into a shoot, brother. My bad." Simple.
So speaking of my bad, here is he's ready. You know what I mean? So his hands already up, big smile. Tony's shaking hands. Tony is looking right at Ibou right now, sees his hand coming up. He's like, "Oh fuck, not this guy again." Watch that. Looks right past him. How do you not see that right in front of you?
And he goes further out. He goes further out.
You couldn't ask Tony Khan.
The best guy is Tony Khan
for a job.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
You couldn't, because this is proof, video evidence. We saw you. Okay, we've all, you know how I know, Ibou? Because I did this to a girl in high school when I was a fat geek. So look, you go like this, right? We scrub. Tony sees you, sees the hand come out. You're right in front of his. You leaned in, too. And he's ignoring, going, "Oh my God, amazing." And he points right past you purposefully. And he sticks his hand out. And then you stick your fist. And did they even touch fists? Is that a fist?
He goes back for him. Tony passes him, and then he goes back.
It looks like a gentle swipe. So he goes right past him. And then you're trying to dap the security and Ian Riccaboni. Which is chill.
And look at him just staring at Tony still, like, "Oh, no, it's okay, man. It's okay, Tony."
Like, "Oh, I'm such a fan. Fuck you, Riccaboni." And then Tony's talking to this kid or whatever because he is a good guy. And kids first. And then Ibou's probably like, "Oh, I got my picture after, man. But come on, dude. I don't know."
Yeah, Tony, in the full video, Tony does come back and like dap him a little bit, but not as much. I think it's funny too if you see his hand starts out open like he's gonna get a shake, and then he knows he's not, and so he tries to turn to a fist bump, like, "Please don't leave me hanging," and he just walks right past him. Oh, it's beautiful.
One of the greatest handshake fails ever caught on camera, and we love the cringe here. You guys know that we love the cringe here at PWT. It's why we do what we do.
Happened. Look at her face. I think she knows. I think she saw it all go down. Like, she's like, "Ooh." She's cringing. Oh, that is glorious stuff.
It is absolutely glorious stuff. And with that, folks, that was our Sickos segment of the eve, we'll call it. Guys, it's been 4.5 hours. Thank you all for tuning in. Follow Alt Jake at alt_Jake2. Follow me at Pro Wrestle Times. Follow me at Pro Wrestle Times on YouTube. Sub to that. Please sub to this channel as well at Pro Wrestle Clips. We're almost at 5,000 subs. Let's get there before the new year. Also, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Hours of extra content. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you. Live show Saturday night. Be there, be square. Also, run-in coming in next week. There'll be a run-in. There might be one tomorrow. Member show tomorrow, so make sure you become a member. And I love you all. See you all in the Upside Down. Jake, I will bid you adieu.
Peace.
And
thanks, buddy.
Take care of each other. We'll see you in the Upside Down.
Bye, everybody. Love you. Peace, guys.
Fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time gone. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.